push us back. That's what
yeah, they got the right foot.
Well, one thing for sure is on the news.
We made the news, baby.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Hey, they got some more down there?
This is history.
I don't have
It's history.
I'm surprised. News stations. I would have thought it would have been more than that. That's how I would. You're smiling, but you hit that ground hard enough. Come on, man, you tripping.
Hey. Yeah, I am. Yeah. What's your name? Nice to see you. Yeah.
There they go over there.
Don't run.
Don't run.
Don't run. Walk.
We're going to win this! We're going to win this!
All right, but you screaming, you gonna make it worse, man. Don't give it to him.
We're going to
Yeah, there you go.
Jordan!
Brother John, I'm right here, Brother John.
Jordan! Hell yeah! And then he threw my shit off the goddamn bridge. The hell so fucked up.
I'm Claire.
Okay.
What's your name? I'm sorry. I work with Mally a lot.
I'm Maurice Thompson.
Maurice, I thought
Yeah.
so. Okay. It's hard to tell with people's masks
Yeah.
on, but I'm glad you're here. I knew from the t-shirts.
Yeah, it's attorney person there.
Hey, I'm Claire Scheck-Snyder. Nice to meet you in person. So they're sending in from the back.
Yeah, they're coming from the back because they can't get through them with people in their cars.
So I think people are coming down. They said that they were going to go to Brenda's.
Correct. That's correct.
Come under the underpass real quick. about the funniest all of them.
That wasn't even everybody up there. They don't cut everybody.
I don't care what y'all say, they gonna shut that shit
They gonna get us.
Y'all stopped traffic for like 3 hours.
They cut the wells. We are moving from the landing! We are moving from the landing!
That motherfucking pig up there, he gonna take you to jail. He gonna take you to jail.
Yeah, but that was huge. It was huge.
Oh, you seen that shit?
I saw it. It was huge.
I shook the shit out of his ass.
You did. I saw it. I saw it.
He tried to grab the shit out my ass. I'm like, oh,
You
boy.
took it. Yeah.
It's our home. We can't be out here destroying nothing. You see how raggedy our shit already is. They dragging their feet, fixing our roads, fixing everything. The school's raggedy, all that shit. If y'all tear up our community, it's gonna take forever to get it back the way it was.
I need some IGs. What's your IGs? What's your IGs? I need some IGs. IGs, what's your IG?
Ain't my legend.
It's Claire Shucks. It's
Okay.
it's a lot though. I'm on Facebook right now.
You on Facebook?
Yeah.
Facebook, man. It's going down in this motherfucker tonight, bro, on the ATL, boy. We damn tick ass our ass, they done shot at our ass. They tried to take.
係各位網友好，早晨。星期日朝頭早大多數人都應該係會瞓晏啲嘅，但係就美國嘅事情就繼續發生啦。咁一如既往就係要將個後台再處理一下，然之後再同大家旁述，同埋傾下其他嘅話題。咁就喺呢度等俾大家有個時間沖翻杯靚茶或者咖啡先啦。
Yeah, that was Officer Asher. Didn't give a fuck about press, so we're just gonna step back from him for a second. He got choice words, but we let it go. Enos is the one that is trying to de-escalate. But as you see, they want to snatch up as many as they can, which at most they'll be able to snatch up maybe 15 people.
好，首先同網友講講去到而家美國呢個示威遊行嘅事件發展到點樣？所有嘅重點依然都係放喺呢個西雅圖自稱自治區嘅兩條街道嘅人嘅聚集。咁去到現時咧，警方咧都未有採取行動將佢哋驅散嘅。咁至於琴晚咧喺西雅圖咧就有個商店俾人搶落之後咧係縱火。咁好不幸咧喺亞特蘭市咧就有一個黑人咧係俾警方槍射致死嘅。咁所以喺西雅圖嗰個遊行示威咧，今日應該都係會激動一啲。水江琛早晨啊，又多謝你翻到嚟。再講翻美國呢方面啦。喺至於西雅圖呢一班人佔據咗11街同埋個附近警局嘅呢， 就有好多唔同嘅示威嘅組織咧，就唔係咁認同佢哋嘅所做方法。認為佢哋咧係已經離咗群，係有些少去到極端嘅行為。咁但係當然啦，喺每一個咁大嘅運動入邊，裏邊會有唔同嘅思想嘅人，或者係想得到唔同嘅嘢嘅人，就係會分裂㗎啦。咁到最後都講啦，呢個遊行示威最初只係針對Justiceforfloyd 先生被警察拘捕時呢係身亡嘅事件呢，就觸發咗美國呢個遊行示威。Kyle， 你好啊，早晨，希望你食咗早餐啦。咁呢個遊行咧講咗最初就係反映呢個美國全國嘅警察對呢個黑人嗰個種族歧視而爆發出嚟嘅。但係去到今日呢，今時今日嘅遊行示威，亦將而家美國喺社會之中所有其他問題呢都帶上嚟。例如係低收入階層入邊嘅不滿，對於佢哋嘅房屋居住嘅問題啊、醫療啊、教育啊同工作呢，都係覺得呢政府呢係忽略咗佢哋。咁而家最後呢幾日嘅遊行示威，亦有好多人呢高稱呢要解散警隊，同埋將呢個警隊嘅經費呢係要減少嘅，而將呢啲經費呢就盡量擺喺其他好啲嘅地方，對人民尤其是低收入嘅人呢，應該要得到多啲重視。Kyle， 而家睇落去就應該會多幾日，而最重要嘅而家都係睇翻西雅圖呢，佢哋所佔據嘅街道已經嗌出一個叫做自治區出嚟。咁呢個係咪真係而家美國會各省開始獨立分離呢？相信又唔會嘅，呢啲係始終係一個好少數人嘅做法。只不過連日嚟呢，就因為呢個事件嘅發生呢，好多矛盾包括而家呢，對於以前例如哥倫布嘅像啊，以前南北戰爭啊，南方嘅出名人嘅像啊，好多示威者啊都要求呢係將呢啲曾經對呢個種族歧視作出過貢獻嘅人啦，咁講就將佢嘅像呢係拆離嘅。咁呢樣嘢呢，亦係分化得兩邊左翼右翼呢係分化得好犀利嘅。亦包括咗呢，而家就算喺呢個英國啊、澳大利亞，琴日都係同樣呢係有呢個遊行示威發生，而喺呢啲國家亦同樣呢就係話，當年喺歷史上曾經係對呢個種族歧視嘅人呢係唔應該繼續去尊重嘅。咁呢個行動呢係變得越嚟越激烈嘅。係啊，最講親，琴日喺亞特蘭市就係又係有同樣個事情發生，有個黑人俾警方射斃嘅，所以而家美國呢個事情好似越搞越嚴重。好啦，一方面呢個就係美國嘅情形，咁一方面呢喺呢度一提就係自從我開咗我呢個 WhatsApp 群 組咧，咁就陸續咧就多謝有網友加入，咁樣咧喺嗰度咧就可以同大家再深入啲因為我唔係咁識寫作，所以講明就係如果加入我嘅群組之前咧，我係首先想同大家溝通下先，然之後先睇下個群組點樣加入去俾大家係作一個理性嘅討論，同埋希望咧大家能夠提供一啲你認為係覺得有興趣，或者你認為我要去重視嘅話題上咧，係對我作出一個提示，同埋提供一啲意見俾我嘅。咁喺呢度希望，如果係網友認為我講嘅嘢係捉唔到你認為覺得重要嘅事情呢，就不妨加入嚟睇睇本人啦，等可以日後呢就更加做得好。咁有啲網友都講過㗎啦，美國呢個遊行示威，注意呢件事發生嘅人係越嚟越少㗎啦。記得喺14日前2個星期前嘅星期日，有成3000幾人睇過我嘅片。咁去到今時今日，如果嗰日個片去到有700零人睇呢，都已經好好㗎啦。咁當然啦，呢啲係人嘅本性，就係邊件事最初發生就有興趣。進行咗而家去到足有2個星期多啦。咁而加上美國遊行示威，亦冇話好多人想睇到嘅美麗風景線，所以有好多人亦對呢個事情失去咗興趣。呢度係絕對明白嘅，不過冇辦法，或者係應該對我嚟講係亦唔係咁重要。初心出咗嚟係要做呢樣嘢嘅，咁咪會繼續做落去。至於本台嘅計劃就係希望下個星期二晚10點開，應該10點半開始就開始做晚上討論直播，就唔需要淨係單咧靠呢個有事情發生咧先同呢個大家網友溝通嘅。咁跟住咧就係晚上討論會咧就會由2、3、4、5、6日，即係1個星期做5晚先。咁暫時已經係有啲網友參加咗呢個討論，咁又每個網友當然啦關心嘅事情唔同，所以就希望咧係每一晚咧係有一個特別啲嘅專題，係針對某一個群組對佢哋嚟講係重要嘅話題啦。咁應該暫時就係計劃歷時係直播1個小時先，咁然之後再睇下喺嗰度呢係有幾多人。係 KCD 報道，多謝你，好多謝你加入咗我個 WhatsApp。如果幾時有時間嘅，通知我一聲啦，咁我可以同你做一個大家溝通傾下偈啊。因為本人都講咗，因為唔識寫中文，所以都係要用口講比較方便啲。都講咗啦，咁開始有網友覺得佢自己心中咧係有啲説話咧係值得係表達俾大家知道嘅，咁就經過呢個形式，咁睇下可唔可以再將每一個話題嘅深度咧係加深嘅，咁個做法就係咁暫時。咁今日好啦，除咗美國呢個話題之外，仲有一個話題想大家喺今日討論下，睇下有冇啲激發到大家嘅思維同埋呢個概念，就係香港而家呢分鐘嘅移民潮啊！大家點睇呢？閣下有冇想過去移民外地呢？是好多人已經決定咗係留喺香港，唔會有呢個初衷或者呢個諗法呢。咁移民嘅人個心態係咩嘢呢？因為有個最新嘅統計呢，就話而家香港呢差唔多有36%嘅人，即係36%嘅人呢係有意向去移民嘅。咁喺移民當中， 遇到問題係咩事情呢？要注重啲乜嘢呢？我自己身為一個華僑，亦講係生活過喺好多唔同嘅國家，所以喺呢一點呢，我應該可以提供一啲比較我自己個人嘅經歷，可以同大家分享嘅。咁呢一點就係咁啦。係咪而家香港嘅政治去到要逼大家移民呢？咁閣下亦有冇呢個移民嘅取態呢？咁就係今日呢個題外話，想同大家討論嘅。仲有一點啊，大家聽到啦，個聲真係沙沙地㗎啦。可能講得唔係咁好，希望大家原諒。
I just don't know where to really stand at this point. I'm just gonna kind of just go on the side here, hoping they don't mess with me like every time I've been out here. Press pass means something to most law enforcement because they know the freedom of press. I would be on that ass with whoever wants to support this lawsuit. And I don't know, just been out here, guys. One thing, Officer Ash, we're saying that the governor wants arrest. If you don't, the governor wants arrest. Last night, I was at the midnight march to the governor's mansion. Yeah, no tear gas mask. I will probably get into that, but I will tell you, as listening to some officers, anybody wears tear gas, they pretty much keep an eye on you because most people that wear those are either inciting a riot already or they're prepared some kind of way, so they're looking at you first. As a press, I shouldn't have a problem with that, but I'm still black.
美國政府而家嘅個好頭痛，除咗呢個遊行示威，其實佢個疫情都係陸續嚴重嘅。自從呢個月嘅佢哋嘅立國日之後，好多地方經過有呢個集會之後，而家美國嘅就診個案係增加得好緊要嘅，所以呢方面就都唔知係。呢個行示威會美國係更加麻煩啦，係個疫情會繼續打擊下美國人嘅經濟。如果打擊到經濟越慘的話，呢批係低收入嘅人士對嘅政府更加會不滿嘅。KCD 係你好，土生土長香港人想翻去廣州。翻去廣州唔係壞事，我都講我都係啱啱喺東莞住完4年舊年先係為咗家庭嘅問題要翻嚟馬來西亞呢度住下。內地發展得唔錯嘅。但係如果翻去住呢，都係有好多事情呢係你要自己去理解下嘅。喺中國攞張居住證唔難尤其是你而家有回鄉證，你知道中國有一個固定嘅地址係證明你係喺嗰度住嘅。咁通常就係個程序就一係你居住係你自己嘅親人啦，佢有呢個房產證啦。或者係租約能夠證明呢個地址係真嘅，咁就喺呢個公安廳呢，你就可以辦內地嘅居住證。只不過呢，香港人翻到中國暫時有一樣嘢呢未曾開通晒呢，就係金融服務，開戶口呢啲事情係冇問題嘅。但係如果你係想攞呢個信用卡呢啲嘢呢，就幾包麻煩。但係如果係自己有能力去置業嘅呢，咁就好多事情就好搞好多嘅。咁當然啦，值得一提嘅就翻到內地，唔係個醫療系統唔好，只不過係個方式同香港唔同。 所以呢點臨翻去之前值得自己留意下嘅。呢度係我自己少少嘅個人經驗。追光餐係啊，我都識到有幾個朋友差唔多係去到退休年齡㗎啦。其實佢哋而家對香港係失咗信心，亦唔想喺一個咁政治化嘅城市咧去生活㗎啦。一年啦，香港已經呢個政治風波，好多人真係攰到想揾下地方咧係唞唞氣嘅。咁人都咁講啦，你要分清楚兩件事，好似我自己都係，你係擁有邊個國家嘅passport 啦，或者嗰個國籍啦，同埋居留權。居留權呢，其實好多國家唔係咁難搞嘅事情。咁嘅世界上亦有好多地方去選擇，到最後都係要每個人呢清楚自己。生活上喺追求啲乜嘢嘢，或者對閣下影響嘅事情係幾重要。咁最值得一提就係想移民係好事，但係始終嘅説話就係人離鄉賤就物離鄉貴。當你去到個新環境呢，如果你之前係冇一個習慣性去唔同嘅地方去接受各個唔同嘅文化呢，由一個文化去到另一個新嘅文化，中間一定係會有啲困難嘅。你講得啱啊！其實好多人話要移民，或者點解四眼五眼集團，好似英國啊，甚至乎紐西蘭啊呢啲地方都話會接收香港呢啲人，只不過係我覺得係政治上一個籌碼，想威脅中國嘅啫。就係話如果我將你300幾萬扯走，睇你香港點樣維持落去？做義緊公民，我做咗幾十年，所以亦好明白咩叫義緊公民嘅感覺。如果真係完全之前冇接觸過另外一個國家嘅文化呢，係一件好難嘅事嚟㗎。咁至於話翻去內地，咁就都係一種移民。但係就唔同啦，你係將個心呢係擁抱翻去我哋呢個中央政府，即係證明你對佢有信心。咁喺中國，尤其是你喺翻廣東省或者而家嘅大灣區入邊，自然有好多嘢呢就係比較方便啲。當然啦，你話將個雞蛋放埋一個籃呢，就係辛苦啲，同埋好多事情唔係冇得回頭嘅。所以你話製造多個機會呢，亦唔係壞事。好似如果真係想去第啲地方睇下嘅，就唔好第一時間呢將你而家有嘅物業香港或者工作放棄，不妨呢係睇睇尤其是中國啦，你想即係租個地方唔係難事。入去住下先，睇實晒所有地方係咪真係適合自己呢？自己切身嘅問題都講咗啦，例如對醫療對當地嘅法律你熟唔熟悉對當地嘅文化你能唔能夠接受如果你能夠清楚了解呢啲事情，亦喺度真正個睇唔過而覺得值得嘅，咁咪將自己嘅人生重新安排咯。就千祈唔好做一個倉促嘅決定話我走就走啦呢個世界係冇笪地方係天堂嚟㗎每個城市每個國家都一定有佢嘅好處， 如果唔係嘅，你就唔會選擇嗰個地方。咁但係選擇嗰個地方之後，呢個地方係咪會變成你天堂呢？呢個先係比較係最重要嘅問題。
Absolutely, we're about the protesters first. Send them checks out. 75.85, thank you.
今日大家喺畫面見到就係好多鏡頭咧，就去咗呢個亞特蘭市嘅。咁啊講咗，因為琴日咧係有個黑人先生咧係俾喺警方咧係擊中身亡嘅，所以暫時喺亞特蘭市嗰個示威遊行咧係比較激進好多嘅。
I was working. There you go. I see y'all.
Yeah, but I do believe that everybody should feel this way about protesting. You see all these cars, you see all these people here.
睇係咁噶啦，人生。以前叫做有人想辭官歸故里，有人想留言講波場。好似我自己都講，我都有香港做過幾年生意仔，咁啊，但係因為生活上又要離開，我心係咪再想翻香港喺度定居咧？都係想嘅，因為始終係我自己嘅出生地。香港其實如果你將個政治分開，而政府民生上又能夠比較做得好啲，令到大家個生活個壓力冇咁大。香港其實係一個相當唔錯嘅生活地方嚟嘅。呢個係而家搞到台式政治化，連篤串魚蛋都要分顏色嘅，咁就變成係好冇癮咯。有邊亦個人想喺自己住嘅地方啊，日日都係講緊政治嘅，都講到政治唔係人生嘅所有啊。
It could be in Centennial all day and nobody would watch. CNN won't even be down there. None of that shit. But look,
that was fireworks.
You understand? And I was already in my feelings earlier because I was at a protest and they were basically doing like, barbecue food, fried chicken, and people were performing and shit like that, which would have been great earlier during the week when we were finally getting some victories and such. But last night, like I said, a young man got shot.
Okay.
Got ran over. Her friend got ran over by a car trying to get out.
By a Camaro?
Yeah.
Shit.
Beat it all, right? So this is the results of, this is much rather where I would rather be than at a barbecue on the corner.
All right, is my live working?
喺度問問大家，如果係有意欲移民或者離開香港嘅，唔好講移民啦，因為翻內地就唔屬於移民嚇，因為香港都係中國嘅一部分。或者係咁講啦，有邊位網友覺得冇事，啱啱睇翻啊 KCD 係啊，今日反而好多情緒啊，好似今晚會比較會爆發出嚟，就係最主要就係因為琴日喺亞特蘭市有呢個黑人被警方擊斃，所以會唔會喺亞特蘭市今晚呢再發生大啲嘅情形？呢點絕有可能。係 Bo Dennis， 多謝你留言啊！係 Casey Lee， 主要係咪開槍？我暫時證實唔到。但係一般做法應該暫時警察如果開嘅應該係橡膠子彈先嘅。我盡量留意翻佢所發生嘅事情嚇，因為暫時喺嗰度縱火嘅事情咧係比較嚴重啲嘅。
illegal as it gets, but she was trying to get away though we can be here a little longer and she can get everybody to get off the bridge at once. Officer Asher then proceeded to take her hand and try to put her in custody, and everybody basically one to tell him to release her. He was so pissed off about it. All right, so what are you guys saying? Go down to Wendy's? I'll go down to Wendy's because this bridge is about to get pretty bad. They're gonna keep thinking, exactly. And my whole thing was the week was so quiet, and you know it's great that everybody can make time on a Saturday to bring their ass out and protest, but that Monday, that Tuesday, that Thursday where you had a really bad day at work and ain't shit shaking but some alcohol and cigarettes. Well, you know, here's the day. It's another day. This day could be Monday. This day could be Tuesday. Another black man could be killed right around the corner, guys. Right around the corner. And this would be the time to be out here, but not just when shit like this happens, the day after that and the day after that. You know what I'm saying?
係講翻啦，亞特蘭市就係有示威者咧係將呢個公路咧係擠塞嘅，所以警方咧就出嚟採取行動。咁另外一個畫面睇到嘅就係佢哋喺街上縱火嘅一幕。頭先講到有冇開槍，暫時我就未有旁述證實到，就只係睇到咧，而家亞特蘭市咧係大量嘅警車出動咧，係向呢個遊行示威者咧係進發嘅。
Oh, lost my glasses. Every time I see this street in my life, anybody seen them?
Both tennis， 如果佢生日嘅，可能好多人上街同佢整個 barbecue 玩下都唔定嘅。係啊，今晚好多唔同嘅渠道都話今晚真係可能會有阿西姐嘅美麗風景線。因為喺西雅圖呢個警方槍殺咗呢個黑人嘅事件，令到人哋覺得雪上加霜，係將呢個問題咧係更加嚴重化咗嘅。係 Grand Hall 又見翻你啦，早晨，希望你食咗早餐啦。空曠喺艾特蘭市咧，Atlanta 係㗎，警方而家係已經開始出動咧，係鎮壓呢啲遊行示威者，所以我都要專心啲。睇睇嗰個事情嘅發生，今晚可能係會有火爆嘅場面啊！真真正正嘅美麗風景線可能今晚係會發生。People have been disorganized, and the way she's speaking about the looters and rioters on the first two nights, it's just right now she doesn't have much public trust, so she can put the curfew on all she wants to, but it's not going to be a good move. That's Wendy's. So basically, it's their trees burning. They haven't been able to actually get to Wendy's, but they're aiming at it basically. Jesus Christ! It's like everybody is smoking weed right now. It's like they set weed on fire. 喺畫面一個細畫面入邊，大家見到咧就係有條高速咧係俾呢個示威者佔據咗，造成咧喺應該係愛特蘭市咧就係交通非常之擠塞。咁警方咧好快又係趕到嗰個現場嘅。 King Kong 如果睇翻早幾日嘅警方採取嘅行動，開槍應該係第一時間係開橡膠子彈先嘅。如果開真槍啊，我諗呢件事就會條美麗風景線咧係緊要過香港嘅。就係因為琴晚喺愛特蘭市有一個示威有一個人黑人被殺咗，所以令到愛特蘭市今日嘅示威遊行呢係變成咁呢個情緒高漲嘅，所以而家見到係已經有啲陸續人士呢係作出呢個強搶啊同埋破壞嘅。
This isn't your normal protest where they're handing out waters, cookies, and treats and kumbaya, and this is like the first 2-3 nights. Definitely where shit was wild. But you got a lot of people out here helping each other. Like when I was on the ground, I was rolling, guys, and I needed milk. He needed some milk. He needed some milk, and I got milk. But my glasses got lost. I'd rather have my vision at all. I mean, look at this, guys. Like we all know the bushes ain't gonna suffer too much, but the bushes are alive. Scene of last night's police killing. No one cares about your eyelashes. I mean, I did. I had nice eyelashes. My eyelashes are better than most people that glue them on, so a little cinch there. Thank you guys from NC. If you don't
係頭先都提及咧，就係有呢個旁述員講，愛特蘭市啊會唔會即刻宣布一個宵禁令呢？咁就未知。但係旁述員所講就係話，如果政府咁樣做咧，只會將人嘅情緒咧更加變成高漲嘅。
I wouldn't go all the way saying the Buckhead. We did not see that. We actually just started heading now south along some of the southbound streets.
我提及嗰個黑人係的確係被警方殺咗先啦，唔知係咪一種真正嘅謀殺啊，或者係拘捕上係出咗問題啊？呢點仲未清楚，但係實際係有一位黑人先生死咗嘅。
Was closed because our original plan was to try to get as close to protesters as possible. But as we saw the streets were blocked off and we saw the traffic on some of those side streets, we just knew that wasn't possible. So we decided to just set up shop right here as this is the closest we can get. And I mean, when I say backed up for miles, again, when I did the Waze trying to figure out how long it would take, it said 45 minutes. But when you look at the way traffic is moving, it's not moving. So we don't think 45 minutes is even accurate because the highway was completely shut down if we were trying to, and this was 45 minutes to get to the station, which is in Midtown off 14th Street. So just imagine from where we were at University to trying to get, 2 or 3 miles north to 14th Street. It just would not have been, 14th Street from where we were to 14th Street, 45 minutes would have been a disaster, I think. We do know that we are live on CBS 46 right now. We are live on Peachtree TV right now with this breaking news in terms of the protests that are happening. Bobeth, thank you so much for that coverage. We're going to get back to this chopper shot, it looks like, this aerial view of the shutdown of the highway. We just heard from Bobeth. We heard her say that really traffic is backed up for miles. We've seen it here developing for the past hour now. And you can see this is developing right now live on your screen. Officers are moving towards protesters. This is a scene that we've seen protests here in Atlanta time and time again. But they are moving forward with their shields, they're moving forward with their helmets on, and they're moving forward with their vests on, it looks like, as well. As they get closer to protesters, protesters, though, still have their arms raised, it looks like, still holding their signs, and they are not moving. Those officers, though, taking one step at a time. We're going to hang on this shot because we've seen this before, but of course we don't know exactly what's going to happen as officers get closer to protesters. One of our reporters did tell us that tear gas was deployed at some point during this entire interaction, this entire protest today. Keep in mind this has been going on for hours. Right now, again, we're watching officers on the move as they advance towards protesters. What will happen when they get to that line
埋美國呢班政客就夠㗎啦。有啲事情呢，我哋都要逐樣分析同埋逐樣去睇嘅。美國政府呢，我就鬧硬佢㗎啦，直接針對佢所有做嘅嘢，包括係點樣抹黑我哋中國政府嘅。至於喺人與人啊或者人民嘅睇法，喺某個程度我係支持呢班示威者，應該咁講。但係站喺呢個政府立場，美國政府係抵死㗎啦。自作孽不可抹啊！呢個説話就係咁樣。
It looks like some people on the right side of your screen have actually been arrested as well. And then you have this group in the middle that officers are now, looks like they're interacting with in some way. I didn't see from my vantage point, of course we'll have to confirm this with authorities, I did not see any sort of violent interaction with protesters.
喺美國咁講啦，警察射死黑人個比例係高過白人嘅，呢點啊係事實嚟㗎啦，所以先會走出而家啲人嚟咁多人嚟去注意呢啲事咧。其實我講啦，美國每個星期每一日都可能係有黑人咧係有機會俾警方使用武力，或者係拘捕期間咧係被警方槍殺嘅。咁呢個就係事實㗎啦。所以琴晚發生嘅事情就係變咗今日嘅，令到呢個亞特蘭市咁多人出嚟要反對或者要政府回答翻啦或者市政府警方回答翻，究竟呢件事個真相係點樣呢？暫時個資料我未夠喺手，而家仲喺度搜集緊。到我一有多少少資料咧，我再向大家補翻啦。
Atlanta police have advanced towards these protesters, trying to get them off the streets, making one arrest after the other. We don't even know how many people.
喺度都係一提啦，鬧開美國政府就係其實美國立國已經係立喺一個種族歧視嘅上邊，一路以嚟嘅咁多年種族歧視根本係一路存在嘅。我哋早一輩嘅華人啦去美國俾人賣豬仔，所謂去到嗰度根本從來未受過美國白人嘅社會咧係融合得嚟嘅。有時有啲就算去到你3、4代已經喺美國嘅華人，因為冇辦法，我哋人有樣睇嘅，我哋始終係黃皮膚黑頭髮，所以要針對某種人呢係相當容易，而且加上而家特朗普呢個咁嘅不知所謂嘅總統上台之後，再次呢係講明呢係要攞中國嚟祭旗，將中國變成佢嘅最大敵人，而將佢嘅人民嘅視線呢就係擺落去中國。啱啱我睇完佢一個關於呢個疫情啊同埋呢個暴動嘅情形之下，講完之後都係要加多一句，就係話要針對中國。咁樣你話我哋身為華人嘅對佢嗰個不滿啊，應該係恨之入心啊，入骨 ，sorry， 恨之入骨。咁今晚都話落呢條美麗嘅風景線啦，就好似翻咧初頭嗰幾日啦，出嚟遊行示威嘅事情。不過而家今日咧唔同，就係有好多人啦個心情已經好攰，同埋覺得好無奈。覺得咧呢10幾日以嚟嘅2個星期多以嚟嘅遊行示威咧係白費嘅，所以今晚個情緒應該係會好激動。
Time we went over to this shot. What you're looking at, the building on your left is the Wendy's. We do know that protesters, according to our reporters on the ground, broke into that building, busted out the windows, busted out the doors, broke glass, and that is when they said they saw smoke coming from that building. But again, we have fires outside of the building. This is all really the backdrop for the highway that has been shut down now on this night of protest, Saturday night. We do know that they went out there at 8 o'clock. But that was really the continuation of a number of protests that have been popping up.
我哋中國人一個好怪嘅地方就係，你越俾壓力我哋，我哋就更團結。其實好似香港呢班咁嘅黃絲友喺中國唔係喺香港搞嘅事，其實係將中國內地嘅14億人咧更加團結起嚟，更加能夠咧俾14億人睇到有一個自由選舉政制下出嚟嘅政府或者統治嘅方式啊嚇，係可以去到幾亂，所以有時都話咯，每一樣教材咧有正面同負面嘅。咁而家提到愛特蘭市嘅講解就係喺市面上係開始係有啲縱火啊、強搶啊、堵路嘅情形㗎啦。咁今晚個重點就係愛特蘭市啦，而反而呢個西雅圖咧係，就算佢哋係將兩條街成為一個自治區，都反而冇咁多人留意，因為暫時喺嗰邊係唔會有咩衝突發生。所以所有網台好啊，電台好啊，將所有嘅重點咧就放入嚟呢個愛特蘭市。
To I-20 in the southbound lanes. Now, if you're coming from I-20 and trying to get into the northbound lanes of the downtown connector, you can do that, but you cannot go southbound. In fact, let's look at the south side of these delays near Lakeshore Parkway. As you go
應該咁講，如果我而家睇到我自己做直播做咗10幾日啦，睇落去呢次呢個民怨或者呢個民粹，的確係相當之深同相當之恨。分分鐘搞多個零禮拜係絕對有可能。至於到最後警方會唔會去用武力解決呢？我諗而家好多市政府、州政府咧係好唔想嘅，只有偉大嘅大總統咧特朗普先生已經再3、4次出嚟講咗就係話。你哋呢班冇用嘅市政府啊、州政府，如果你冇辦法搞掂呢啲群眾嘅，就由我嚟同你做啦。我絕對有辦法可以好快就同你哋搞掂㗎啦。咁到最後都係就算市長好啊、州長好啊，或者軍方都好，都係講咗大哥特朗普先生，希望你唔好講埋呢啲咁挑釁性嘅説話，市面已經夠亂㗎啦，再加埋呢啲説話咁。你咪真係想做死美國
？At least 5 small fires, little fires outside of the Wendy's here. Oh, I see a 6th one. Again, every time we go to the shot, we are seeing a new fire that has been set by people that are outside the Wendy's. I don't want to call them protesters necessarily because I don't know if they were part of the original group or they just sort of came to the scene there. So, but it looks like they are setting fires. We do know that reporters are on the ground. They're working to get to a safe distance because as you can see, they're on the ground.
我唔係咩政治高人，我就係睇翻而家呢個民粹，好似今日啦琴日喺Atlanta被殺呢個黑人。如果今晚愛特蘭市佢哋嘅星期日6晚，如果人嗰個出嚟嗰個怒憤係加深嘅咧，呢件事就真係會有起碼多個禮拜搞。同埋之前咧都有好多旁述員講咧，其實喺唔同嘅州啊、市啊，其實喺後邊已經係開通晒好多溝通嘅渠道，就希望咧係盡快即係舉辦呢個遊行示威嘅組織咧，去能夠達成一個共識。但係往往就係想和平嘅人就俾唔和平嘅事咧係搞到嘅。咁今晚講到呢個黑人被殺嘅事情咧，就係喺愛特蘭市就係佢喺呢個。
Bobeth, let me ask you this quick question. Are you seeing any of the drivers getting out of their cars? You know, they have to be restless just sitting there in their car for so long.
No, I haven't seen anyone get out. All I've seen was people turn their car off and open their windows. One guy earlier had his door open, but he did not get out onto the highway. Right now, all we've seen is a couple cars just turned off. Like the one in front of us seems like it's off. There's no lights on that one at all. And there's been a couple more of that where, you know, people just, I guess to save their gas, just kind of shut their engine off and are waiting with the windows down. But no one on the highway as I've seen so far.
All right, Boba, thank you so much. We'll get back to you in just a moment. So again, no telling exactly how long people will be stuck in their cars. And when you look at that, it looks like traffic is moving on one side of the connector. It's hard to see exactly which side this is. I don't know if a producer can tell me exactly what we're looking at, but it looks like some cars are able to start moving there. This is the first time we've seen any movement from any vehicle in the past hour and 15 minutes. So as protesters have taken over I-75 and I-85 in protest of the shooting and killing of Rayshard Brooks. And we do just want to, if we have those pictures now, we can.
好，翻嚟我而家手上有嘅資料就係喺愛特蘭市被殺嘅黑人，一位27歲嘅人，佢喺麥當勞邊嘅停。
It looks like cars now are moving.
對唔住，唔係麥當勞，係一個快餐店啦嘅停車場咧係困着咗，咁又有警方咧係向前對佢。查問，咁就要去做呢個酒精測試，就發覺咧佢係未通過，即係意思佢酒精含量過高啦。咁樣咧就有警方咧就向佢拘捕啦，應該咁咧就試用呢個電槍咧係將佢電到嘅。咁啊，但係咧佢又作出反抗。咁喺反抗情之下咧，可能警方覺得係對佢哋係有生命危險，所以就有警方咧係用槍咧係將佢射到嘅。
And that is where that officer you see on your screen, a white police officer, we are still waiting to learn his name, turned around and shot Brooks in the back. And we have learned that since then, attorney Chris Stewart has chosen to represent the family.
喺度睇翻下，喺直播嗰度下邊咧就係呢件事嘅發生嘅經過嚟嘅，如此
and has also told us and announced today major breaking news that Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields, has resigned. So we have a lot of developments that are happening all throughout the day, really. Shields did send out a statement.
再講翻就係愛特蘭市琴晚發生嘅槍擊案，即係殺死咗黑人嘅兩個警察，暫時被停職咗㗎啦。
For the person that will take over that job. We want to head back out to live pictures right now. This is the first time we're seeing this. Traffic finally moving after an hour and 15 minutes of I-75 and I-85 being completely shut down, stopped to a halt there. If we can sort of stay on the highway there just so we can see traffic moving now. What you're looking at is some of those flyers that were outside of the Wendy's. I saw 6 of them maybe 6 minutes ago, but now I see that they're dying out a bit just naturally.
暫時呢分鐘睇落去佢仲會嘅，因為美國嘅政治唔係一個大家認為講得咁民主自由嘅，其實裏邊咧佢哋不同嘅兩個黨派啊嚇，都有好多幕後嘅交易。所以而家呢分鐘咧，呢個事情言之過早啊，係永永早晨啊！多謝你嘅加入。呢個問題講到美國而家去到暫時嘅呢個民意先啦，特朗普依然有40%幾人係支持佢嘅。同埋唔好忘記一樣嘢就係而家所發生遊行示威咧，係多數係喺呢個大城市。咁大城市嘅票咧，通常咧就係呢個民主黨嘅。咁至於係比較係冇乜大城市嘅州份啦，或者搖擺州咧， 就係呢個自由同係民主黨嘅，即係特朗普派嘅。咁佢嘅呢批核心嘅支持者咧，仲係存在嘅。最鬼一樣嘢就係，就算係疫情啦，美國係去到咁嚴重啦，反而佢嗰個明星度啊嚇係冇乜嘢降過嘅。所以而家呢分鐘唔敢講，因為都講啊，而家喺戰時啊嚇，3日時間都係一個好長嘅時間。係啊，永明今日係比較亂一啲，因為琴晚喺愛特蘭市咧又有一宗咧係警察射死咗一位黑人啊，所以令到今晚嘅焦點咧個遊行示威冚唪唥放晒喺呢個愛特蘭市，咁已經開始咧有啲地方係有群眾啊喺街上縱火啊，同埋有啲零星嘅搶掠已經發生咗㗎啦。所以今晚呢個美麗風景線有幾長有幾耐咧就未知。咁喺愛特蘭市已經係有示威者咧將個交通咧係中斷㗎啦，佔據咗因為某部分主要嘅交通公路啊。咁警方咧已經係開始大量出動，所以今日可能分鐘係有啲重要嘅事情發生。Wendy's sign is actually charred a little bit from those flames that are just sort of going throughout the building at this point. Of course, we're going to ask Atlanta Fire Rescue, where are you to put out these fires? Those flames are now shooting as they grow, minute by minute. They're shooting out of that drive-through window. Just take a look at your screen. Of course, this is the first time we're seeing this. We're watching it live with you. Those flames are growing as we continue to watch these images. And if you look at the front of your screen, that's the front of the restaurant. If you've ever been to this Wendy's on University Avenue, that's the dining area in the front on the right side of your screen. And there's another fire there. Now looks like Chopper is giving us another shot of traffic. I believe this should be the I-75 south side. Producers, let me know. Okay, this is the I-75 south side. This is still at a standstill. We know the I-75 north cars were moving. We saw that in the past maybe 10 minutes or so. But it looks like this is breaking news right now. Cars are now being let through. I-75, I-85 no longer shut down. It was shut down for the last hour and 20 minutes. We brought you every moment of that blocking of the highway live on air, and it looks like cars are now being let through. This is the first time traffic has moved. We know that this has caused extensive backups throughout all of downtown Atlanta, as we heard from Molly McCullum, and she's going to give us another traffic report right now. If you can, Molly, break down what you're seeing.
This is the first time that we've seen traffic move, especially in the southbound lanes, and those delays were extending all the way back to past the Grady curve. We're talking about past I-20, and there's another view. This is just behind where the highway opened, a little bit farther north on the southbound lanes, but we did see people hop back in their cars earlier on this camera. We did see people waiting outside their cars, walking up and down the highway because, as Brittany mentioned, this area has been at a standstill for the past hour and 20 minutes or so. What you're seeing on the other side of your screen where the lanes are empty, that is the northbound lanes. Those are back open. We're not seeing many cars move through there right now.
各位觀眾，嗱好多畫面呢就今晚係會轉得好快，同埋係好亂啦。當中呢有一兩個電台呢係大台已經係將琴晚呢個黑人被殺嘅畫面呢傳上嚟㗎啦。咁而家喺愛特蘭市就已經開始見到咧，有啲地方咧係俾人縱火，有商店咧俾人係搶㗎啦。個氣氛係相當緊張嘅今日。
It's basically you can see pieces of that building just falling off. As protesters are now in the street, this is all happening live as well. You see some activity here by the Wendy's on University Avenue.
西你好，多謝留言，多謝你翻到嚟。
Or these are people that just joined in, but they have actually taken over the street. And you have to bear with us as we're bringing you all this information live. Chopper is just sort of taking different shots of what's happening down there on the ground. So we're going to head back to this fire that we're watching really just consume this building. You can see now it's going into the roof of this we're actually looking at the fire going into the roof of that building. And just to give you a reference point, to bring you up to speed as to why people are protesting by this Wendy's, why people are setting fires inside of this Wendy's, this was the scene of an incident maybe about 24 hours ago where Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed by a white police officer while he was there.
美國嘅環境而家就係咁啊。其實第一個炸彈已經炸咗㗎啦。至於而家仲係擺喺度，仲有好多個炸彈。只要又係有啲咩事情發生，呢啲炸彈係會連續咁樣爆開去㗎。
They say that Brooks took one of the officer's tasers. He got up and he started running with the taser. In the surveillance video that we've seen that's been released from GBI, we also know that at some point.
至於卡卡，你話有9000幾人出嚟抗議啊嚇。好似今日西雅圖本身，唔係西雅圖，呢個愛特蘭大。
Vic Reynolds, the director of GBI, saying that is when, in the surveillance video, as you can see, Brooks turned around with the taser and the officer shot him.
都已經本身已經好似有3000幾人係出嚟遊行示威㗎啦，單一個城市啊。
Are you seeing traffic move right now?
Yeah, we saw a couple car length movements.
係啊，所以今日各位如果係有朋友對呢個美國發生嘅事有興趣嘅，希望大家share 出去啊，分享下出去俾朋友啊。佢話今晚美國有美麗的風景線睇啊。
It said it would take about 45 minutes to get from this exit on 75, that's University, all the way up to 14th. And as you can see, that's the southbound lanes, but the northbound lanes completely shut down.
喺亞特蘭係已經睇到喺街，亞特蘭大已經喺不同嘅地方起火，煙霧彌漫㗎啦。
Now, Brittany, earlier today, before we came here to this site, we actually were at a press conference with the attorneys representing the family of Rayshard.
永永應該唔係放炸彈嘅，係縱火嚟嘅啫。至於有冇呢個油多彈字汽油彈呢啲咧，就暫時睇落去就冇嘅，係即係普通嘅縱火啦，叫做。咁當然㗎啦，有啲人係會借呢個機會咧係從中得利，因為美國嘅低下層的確係捱唔住啦，好多人係冇飯開㗎啦，所以先形成到有咁多人借呢個機會喺後邊咧去強搶嘅。
During this party for that 8-year-old. So attorneys said they were just saddened by this whole ordeal, and they said they're so frustrated that they're having to deal with this yet again. And one of the things that kept on coming up
直至到琴日，我都以為美國嘅遊行示威會平靜啲落嚟，然之後解散。但係估唔到琴晚又發生一樣同樣嘅事情，就係一個黑人被警方槍殺喺呢個亞特蘭大，咁就形成今日喺亞特蘭大最低估計都應該有3000人係出嚟遊行示威㗎啦。咁至於情緒係相當之激動，所以先會發生呢個縱火啊、搶劫啊、堵路嘅事情嘅。
shows Brooks running from the officers and then turning with the taser in his hand. And they said around that point is when the officer shot. But they said that cannot be used as a reason for using deadly force. Take a listen to what the attorney said.
You can't say he ran off with a weapon that could kill somebody when you say it's not deadly. You can't say you don't have other options. Where was he going to go? He was barely jogging away. You could have boxed him in. Support came in, I think, 2 minutes. He would have been boxed in and trapped. Why did you have to kill him?
Yeah, so as you can hear, the attorney said he actually lost a couple of cases on the same very issue where officers said that they used a taser and it wasn't deadly force, so they can't turn around and now say that a taser is deadly force. They're saying you can't have it both ways. Another thing they also mentioned was that the time it took for aid to be rendered to Brooks as he was laying on the floor. They said it took several minutes. They said in between the time he was shot and the time that they came over there, checked his pulse, multiple minutes had passed, and that was, time that could have been important to save his life. In addition to that, they said they have video of officers picking up shell casings before they're rendering aid, and they're claiming that act of picking up the shell casing could be a way that could be trying to conceal evidence of how far he was when he was shot. But again, a lot of details are coming out because all of this happened with a packed drive-through, and so many people were watching, so many people were recording video, and all of that now, law enforcement, these attorneys have to compile to figure out what is next. GBI says they're going to be doing their investigation and they're going to try to do it as quickly as possible, but also as thorough as possible. And then they're going to turn over all their information to the state attorneys, and then they will decide if charges will be filed against the officer involved in this shooting. But Brittany, we are seeing a little bit more movement now, going back to what we're seeing here. You can see.
好，翻嚟剛才呢個 CBS 記者所講嘅呢件案嘅少少入邊嘅進展而家已經係知道嘅事情因為有一樣啦，而家呢個世界發生咩事都會有人錄低㗎。咁喺個影片上邊咧就係見到警方喺呢個快餐店嘅停車場點樣將呢位黑人咧係槍殺嘅。咁喺畫面事情咧係有一件事咧，而家令到人哋好不滿就係有兩點。第一點就係當呢個黑人被槍殺落地，兩位警員咧係有呢個人士咧係瞓喺地上咧係數分鐘，然之後咧佢哋係將地上佢自己嘅彈殼咧係執起嘅。咁樣記者就係喺度話推理就係話會唔會因為係警方唔想人哋知道佢哋開槍嘅距離咧？咁呢幾點咧而家就係變成呢個而家流出嚟嘅疑問啦，所以係咪又係變成一宗完全唔合理嘅開槍事件呢？咁至於係咪真實，暫時就未知啦。但係喺亞特蘭大嘅示威者就係已經用佢嘅行動表達咗佢哋自己嘅不滿㗎啦。
What I'm sad about, though, is that I need to be here. We've been through so much here in Atlanta over the last several weeks, several months, even if you're talking about COVID-19. That to see this happen and to see the city going through this sort of collective
提翻wing wing 或者第啲網友喺呢一點起碼喺當時佢被警方拘捕嘅時候，佢唔係示威者先嚇。佢係因為警方發覺佢點解喺呢個停車場瞓覺，而作出一個盤問，同埋希望佢做一個酒精測試。咁就酒精測試係未通過，所以先係要將佢拘捕啊要求佢落車啊。呢個情形仲未曾好確實，等係一陣啦，再有片上翻嚟嗰陣時咧，我先再詳細睇翻睇。但係好多網友睇咗成兩個星期悶片之後，今晚就真係睇翻一啲大家已經熟悉嘅美麗風景線啊！喺呢度今日係應該係一個好激 動啊，同埋好激烈嘅抗議喺呢個亞特蘭大啊。
Back into this area, so we're just kind of waiting to see what happens. You can see a lot of people are in this parking lot across from that Wendy's now. A lot of people in the road, cars coming through, and Atlanta police are behind us, so they are not over in this area. All right, Yasmina, thank you so much. Again, several fires popping up out there outside of the Wendy's off of University Avenue. You have to think just. What was it, midnight last night when CBS 46 cameras were there when we saw the first protest, and our cameras were the only cameras that were there, the first protest in regards to the shooting and killing of Rayshard Brooks. And now look at what has unfolded after several protests throughout the day and now several fires on the ground just outside of the Wendy's there. Once again, my colleague Rick Ballbaum is here, and has been following
好多細節仲未出嚟，但係照暫時所知，佢唔係喺街上示威嗰陣時係俾呢個警察射擊嘅，所以呢點就肯定。咁至於其他細節咧，好多唔同嘅美國嘅大嘅傳媒咧都係陸續盡快將有人錄到落嚟嘅片咧係傳上嚟嘅，所以稍後應該係好快係會有片睇到㗎啦。
That's really the bottom line, and so far you hate to see the destruction of any kind of property, and sadly that's what we're looking at. You understand the emotions behind it, but you don't understand the violence and the destruction, the arson. So such a disruption. I think that there needs to be. You think about the kind of response that we got from the city after the first night of riots or the first night of marches and protests after the death of George Floyd, and you remember the overwhelming force that the city of Atlanta came in with, and you have to ask yourself, well, obviously a different decision was made tonight, or this was just completely unexpected, although you have a hard time believing that or understanding that as we take a look at the video on the right-hand side of your screen of the final moments of this young man. And once again, we are left with a piece of videotape. In this case,
暫時翻查翻其他嘅網上消息就係呢位黑人佢係一個我哋叫做快餐店嘅停車場，英文叫 drive-through， 香港就冇呢樣嘢㗎啦。即係喺一個快餐店，應該就係有一個好大嘅停車場。咁佢就喺度咧瞓着咗，咁警方上前就詢問，就要求佢有呢個酒精測試。咁測試咧就係未通過，咁警方企圖咧係將佢拘捕啦。咁佢就作出呢個反抗，咁警方咧就首先係用咗個電槍想將佢電倒嘅，可能係未成功，所以覺得個反抗咧係起碼我自己覺得啦，應該係警方覺得係受到威脅，咁所以就開槍嘅。咁至於個真正嘅細節就要再聽多少少先。Get onto I-75, get onto I-85, and stand there for an hour and a half, not allowing one single car to get through. They shut down a major highway in a major city. I didn't see any violence from our vantage point. Of course, we'll continue to keep communication with our reporters on the ground, but we haven't seen any violence between protesters and police officers. 仲有一樣嘢提有兩個畫面咧，就係見到起火嘅建築物，嗰個就係琴日晚美國時間呢個黑人被槍殺嘅地方，咁嗰個快餐店咧就係而家俾人係放火嘅。
Sort of socked in the face with the tear gas. You know what that's like. I think that taking over a highway, it's certainly an inconvenience.
喺呢度都係值得一提啦。香港嘅示威者成日就係話屈香港警方係殺咗幾多人啊？點樣濫用暴力啊？喺毫無證據之下就已經可以出嚟搞到政府搞到呢個社會今時今日咁嘅混亂，而美國係真真正正係知道有人死咗嘅情形之下，你睇下人哋嗰個遊行示威又係點樣啦？兩者之間嘅比較根本係天同地比㗎啦。
I'm thinking that policing has to be reimagined. The community is demanding it. I'm also thinking that this happened obviously at the absolute worst time.
係咁噶啦，美國嘅警察使用呢個槍械嘅權利係相當之高嘅。佢對方唔需要話有冇武器，只要佢係警察覺得對佢嘅生命係有危險嘅，佢已經可以開槍噶啦。所以先形成而家咁多人對美國警察執行呢個任務嘅時候，嗰個特權係去得太緊要啊。
Unlike you have seen in modern history, and people like myself and other local leaders, we are doing everything we can do to keep as much peace as possible during civil unrest.
Is this our George Floyd?
至於整個過程佢係點樣呢？我應該過多一陣呢會再有多啲消息。至於佢係咪駕駛緊係點樣嘅，我希望我都盡快多啲情形知道係點。咁但係一樣嘢就肯定咗啦，而家香港呢個許到風嘅議員要告西灣河開槍嗰位警察，一比之下，咁樣你就知道。如果有睇過我嗰條片嘅朋友都知啊，當時係好肯定係睇到呢啲暴徒係企圖搶槍，而警方先要開槍。而家呢個情形喺美國就係話美國警察。唔理對方有冇槍械武器，只要覺得佢係受到呢個有可能嘅傷害，已經可以開槍啦。呢個法律咧，我肯定係可以同大家講，嗰個比例就係呢度。而香港開槍通常嚟講就算警察冇話對天開槍話警察冇曾經開槍前嗌我會開槍，已經香港警察係唔公道，呢一點已經係一個天大嘅笑話嚟㗎啦。
Failed a field sobriety test is now dead. That's what protesters and members of the community are saying and baffled by.
And Rashad, we just have to tell you what's happening right now live on our air since you are on the phone.
係 mr.bigtalker， 所以講暫時個情形我哋都唔能夠好證實佢係點樣，即係暫時就係講係佢有反抗。咁至於係嗰個反抗嘅情形係有幾嚴重呢？知道網上而家開始有片流傳出嚟㗎啦。只要能夠係第一時間我捉到個片呢，我係會傳播翻出嚟。
Do we still have Rashad Ritchie on the phone?
I'm still here.
Okay. Let me ask you this. After seeing what happened last night, and we do know that you are on that board, on that committee that the mayor has put together, what will this information do for you all from that board?
喺度我又唔會話完全咧係覺得暫時受害者係啱晒先，我就係想做個比例咧，就係話喺同樣嘅情形之下，香港警隊要去到開槍嘅位置係要幾謹慎，而喺美國警察佢能夠使用槍械嗰個界線咧，同香港警察嘅對比嘅啫。
She has given
至於呢分鐘係至於係點樣或者係邊個係啱與錯，暫時就冇辦法係作出一個討論字。但係喺好多人尤其是呢個遊行示威根本開始就係覺得警察對黑人係已經有種族歧視嘅情形之下發生嘅。咁而家加上埋呢個事情發生，咁啊係火上加油嘅事件嚟㗎啦。即係會唔會呢件事啊，令到而家美國呢個遊行示威啊變成一個大嘅轉捩點呢？呢點就係所有而家就算美國嘅網上討論又好，新聞又好，都係一個好大嘅問題，同埋亦係一個最大嘅考驗啊。
Because police officers, in order to be trained to use a taser and certified to carry a taser, they must be tased themselves, which would suggest that a taser is a non-lethal weapon, and it is classified as a non-lethal weapon. So if we're saying that this is a justifiable killing because of the taser, well, even police agencies classify the taser as non-lethal. So where was the lethal part of him having the taser? So that's going to be a conversation that we will have as a council, as the use of force council.
回翻而家有一位旁述員嘅講解先啦。佢話當時警方向呢個示威者射呢個電槍嘅時候呢，佢話呢個黑人就算反抗搶呢個電槍呢，都唔可以構成對警方係一個人身威脅嘅環境，因為喺呢個就算警方使用呢個電槍，都係一個非致命嘅武器，所以喺呢個情形之下呢，係如果黑人先生係搶電槍，應該唔係構成一個對身體有或者生命上會受到威脅嘅講法。呢個就係而家佢哋已經開始喺美國嗰下討論好多唔同嘅嘢㗎啦。係啊，喺下邊見到嘅着火嘅地方，就係呢位喺呢個亞特蘭大發生呢個槍擊案嘅地點啊，而被燃燒嘅就係嗰間快餐店嘅建築物。
We also know that some fire crews that have attempted to respond. Cortez Stafford is joining us on the phone. This is actually a perfect person to talk to with Atlanta Fire Rescue. And we were wondering, Cortez, about these structures that are just sort of allowed to burn. Why is that?
Well, we can't get to them. I mean, it's too dangerous to try to get through the protesters to get to the fires. By us forcing our way through, we're putting our firefighters at risk, and also the safety of the protesters at risk. I know that's interesting to say, but we have to be concerned about citizens in the roadway as well.
We're talking with Cortez Stafford. I'm guessing, sir, because my producer told me in my earpiece that you were available for us to talk to you. You're with Atlanta Fire Rescue. You're a member of the Public Information Officer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
Public Information Officer.
And your rank, just so I know how to refer to you?
Sergeant.
Sergeant Stafford. So why don't you give us an update, please, on the work of Atlanta Fire Rescue tonight, responding to these many calls?
So we put together a task force just for the protest here at University and Pryor Road in this area that we're
係啊
working right now.
，Mr. 而家我所有嘅畫面嘅旁述啊，或者討論都係同樣一個事情，就係咪過度執法咧？呢一點就係大家討論緊嘅嘢。因為有樣嘢大家亦係要明白嘅就係。美國有3億人，但係好似就喺民間有5億呢個槍械，所以你話警方喺執法嘅時候係咪特別緊張或者係特別謹慎，所以形成到係而家呢啲咁樣不愉快嘅事情發生呢，都係值得去一睇嘅角度。
Close by, pretty close to this Wendy's here. Any concern that the fire will spread to the gas station and maybe blow up?
I have to say we don't know. We're watching it, monitoring closely. Obviously, the gas station is less than.
所以講親，只可能講一句説話啦。呢個世界害人啊，終害己。只個唔同咧，就係美國政府係用心積慮咧，係破壞人哋國家。反而咧將自己人民嘅福利咧係覺得重要。咁一個國家入邊，如果一大部分人嘅民意或者對政府嘅不滿，就係會出現今日嘅情形㗎啦。喺歷史上嚟講，去到今時今日，呢次遊行示威絕對係會變成美國歷史上嘅好重要嘅一個 mark， 即係一個重點啊，或者一個留下嚟嘅歷史啊。
We have not had any reports of damage to our fire trucks. Now we have had people stand in front of the fire trucks, and we had to remove one person off of our fire truck while we were trying to get to that Wendy's fire. But more than anything, people are just standing in the roadway, and we are unable to get down University Avenue in Pryor to get to that location.
值得一提就係起火嘅地方咧，附近係仲有一個油站嘅，所以記者旁述就話驚一個火勢控制唔到，燒過去呢個油站嘅話咧，咁件事就更加係個火勢更加難控制嘅。
At a Wendy's on University site.
I'm about to come on the other side.
This was the site last night where Rayshard Brooks at the drive-through there, his life came to an end after he was involved in an officer-involved shooting, and you can see the fire rescue just sort of standing and watching. Yasmina Alston is standing by right now. Yasmina, tell us where you are and what's going on there.
Yeah, Rick, so hearing from Atlanta Fire that it's a dangerous situation to get to. We actually moved from where we were as well. We were on the other side of that bridge and have now moved. One thing that's changed, obviously, is that fire is much larger now, but also Georgia State Patrol is now blocking all traffic from going towards that Wendy's. It's sort of a mess out here. All of the traffic being rerouted, having to come back the other way. The interstate is still shut down. And of course, you can see a lot of police activity still on the interstate and down here where we are. But that fire just massive. I mean, we originally just saw smoke, and then you can see those flames grew. And I mean, it's just a waiting game. We heard Atlanta Fire.
提翻提就頭先龐淑蓮所講嘅嘢啦。佢話火勢現場咧係有消防喺度，但消防咧就暫時都係無法咧向呢個火勢撲熄嘅。而警方咧亦開始咧將呢個起火嘅現場一帶咧係封鎖起嚟。咁亦加上咧係有呢個佢哋主要嘅幹路咧，即係主幹路咧係俾呢個示威者咧係堵塞嘅。
He said we don't know whether or not we're going to be able to contain the fire at the Wendy's and keep it from spreading. But he did say one thing that I think was encouraging, at least, and that is that the tanks at that gas station are underground.
Right. One thing that I just want to mention, we've covered protests here since late last month, and this is the first time we're seeing anything like this. We saw a few car fires in the first set of protests, but just take a look at the left side of the screen and just look at the powerful images you are seeing right now live. This is on University Avenue.
開槍殺到人嘅機會其實係好多嘅，一年我睇過個數字，但我唔記得啦。即係總之平均日日睇唔同嘅城市都加起嚟都會有幾宗。我記得好似個統計起碼有3000幾單呢啲事情發生嘅喺美國啊，一年啊。咁而家只不過喺呢個咁風頭火勢嘅情形之下竟然再有呢個黑人係被警方槍殺嘅，就真係一個好危險嘅環境啊，同埋示威者嘅心情啊，加埋連日嚟得唔到佢哋嘅訴求，所以所有示威者其實而家係站喺一個相當之 tipping point 啊，即係一個已經可以隨時咧變成瘋狂嘅狀態。
Compelling video when you think about how we got here, where we started maybe 24 hours ago with the first protest, hours after Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed in the parking lot of the Wendy's that is now on fire, Rick. This is the Wendy's at the center of this investigation. This is the Wendy's that the GBI is now looking into, because this is where that parking lot is where a 27-year-old Rayshard Brooks, a black man, was shot and killed by a white officer. And of course, we'll get to the details of exactly what happened. GBI saying that he was asleep in the car. They tried to do a sobriety test. They tried to make an arrest.
旁述都講到就係而家大家見到燒到火紅火綠嘅地方，就係美國時間星期六晚啦嚇。另外有一位黑人嘅先生俾兩名白人槍殺而死。嘅，咁群眾不滿之下咧，就將呢個地方咧係點火燃燒嘅。有啲消防員在場，但係就冇作出呢個撲救嘅行為。警方只可以將一帶咧封鎖，咁同一時間咧喺呢個亞特蘭大嘅主要降落通道咧係堵塞起嚟嘅。咁頭先亦有提及過，喺咁嘅情形啦嚇，呢個市政府會唔會即刻宣布呢個宵禁令咧，或者戒嚴咧？咁就好多旁述啊。或者係記者都講，如果呢分鐘係做咁嘅事情咧，可能只會更加令到咧呢個示威者不滿嘅。
Police Chief Erica Shields, she did offer to resign, and Mayor Bottoms accepted that resignation. So Chief Erica Shields is out at this point. We have a interim police chief, and one thing that Mayor Bottoms said is that I think is important to point out is while she may be out as her current role as police chief, that doesn't mean that she is necessarily done with the city of Atlanta. Let's also remember that former Chief Erica Shields has a long-running history with this department, coming on in 1995. The mayor said at this point, though, they don't know what her exact role may be, but kind of insinuated that there could be some kind of with Shields.
之前好多城市咧都有呢個國民志願軍咧或者國民保護軍咧係守護軍係出過嚟嘅。其實好多城市嘅市長咧都係要求佢哋係解散翻去嘅，因為有咁樣嘅軍人喺街上咧，反而可能咧引起仲更加大嘅不滿啊！至於特朗普先生就已經講過好多次㗎啦。喺佢心目中，佢認為應該要出呢個正規嘅軍隊添，因為國民保衛軍唔係正式嘅軍隊，只不過係一個業餘軍隊，可以咁講啊，後備軍隊。但係喺特朗普心目中啊，其實佢係想出呢個正規軍啦嚇，將呢個市面咧係回復正常嘅。咁而大家都喺度熱烈討論緊美國總統會唔會被秋後算賬？ 好多事情慢慢睇啦。而家其實就算喺政治上，佢能唔能夠當選呢個問題，而家都好難有個答案，因為政治實在係一個太深奧嘅遊戲啊！3日裏邊可以翻天覆地嘅，所以只可以逐步睇啊！因為離11月實在太遠啦，就算而家香港9月啊，話會選舉啊嚇，有好多事情而家都冇辦法睇得到嘅。
With the protesters one-on-one, she was, okay and comfortable, just sort of listening to them. She seemed to be, very understanding of their concerns, and she got so much credit from so many people. For having gone out into the crowd and made herself so accessible and available. To have gone from that to handing in her resignation, only a couple of weeks later, really is a stunning fall.
180-degree turn, correct? And we have to point the fact out that the spotlight has really been on not only Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, but also now former Police Chief Erica Shields. We've seen both of them very active in the community, heading out at the protest just 2 weeks ago. And this will be video that we'll share in the 11 o'clock hour on CBS 46. But just 2 weeks ago, we did see Chief Shields at the time go out into the protesters, try to have some conversations, try to initiate that healthy dialogue with protesters, and she was shoved at that point. So we have seen her in that community role. Rick?
All right, Brittany, Edney, thank you so much. She is live in front of Atlanta City Hall. We are going to start our CBS 46 News at 11 in about a few seconds here and just bring you up to speed as to what we know right now. Breaking at 11, protesters setting a fire at the scene where an Atlanta police officer shot and killed Rayshard Brooks, who had fallen asleep while in the drive-through lane of a Wendy's on University Avenue in Atlanta. CBS 46 was first on scene of that shooting last night. After a confrontation with police, Brooks allegedly took the taser from police, ran off, and then was shot in the back by an officer. We do know the GBI is investigating.
Take a look. This is surveillance video from the deadly shooting. Very difficult to watch. The officer accused of the shooting has been fired. The second officer seen in the video has been placed on administrative leave pending the investigation. CBS 46 with team coverage from the family of the man killed, plus hear from the family's attorney about what's next for them in this investigation.
CBS 46's Jasmine Alston live where the shooting happened in front of that Wendy's. Protesters really started last night after midnight.
而家大家喺一個下邊嘅畫面呢，就係見到當晚啦呢個事情嘅發生，希望佢哋將個片再重播啦，因為暫時個片源啊實在係太少。希望陸續咧有人咧係將啲片段咧係加上嚟傳播出嚟呢個社交媒體嘅。咁至於着火嘅地方就睇落去就連消防員都係由佢燒落去㗎啦，冇作出呢個撲救嘅行為。
Earlier tonight, we saw protesters on the interstate. They shut down the traffic, and while traffic is moving on the interstate now, it is moving a lot slower. You can still see a lot of Georgia State Patrol troopers are still on the interstate as that traffic is moving. So again, back live out here, that Wendy's where that shooting happened is on fire. We heard earlier from Atlanta Fire that they are trying to get to that area, but of course it is a very dangerous situation. Brittany?
All right, Yasmina, be sure to stay safe out there. She is live on the ground for us. Thank you so much. Our team coverage continues tonight with Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields stepping down following that shooting. CBS 46's Brittany Edney is live with more.
係啱啱聽到咗件事就係呢個亞特蘭大嘅警察局長咧係辭職咗嘅，對呢個事情嘅發生啊。咁另外當然啦，嗰兩位警員係第一時間已經係停職咗嘅。
To immediately step aside as police chief, so that the city may move forward with urgency in rebuilding the trust so desperately needed throughout our community.
Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms says she accepted Shields' resignation. Here's video from just 2 weeks ago of Shields amongst protesters. At one point, she got shoved. Her resignation also comes after the added spotlight on the department after 2 police officers were fired for using excessive force when they tased and pulled 2 college students from their car during a protest.
I firmly believe that there is a clear distinction between what you can do and what you should do.
Shields has been with the department since 1995. Mayor Bottoms says Shields' future role with the city is still being decided.
There has been a disconnect with what our expectations are and should be as it relates to interactions with our officers and the communities in which they are entrusted to protect.
咁而家呢個特蘭大嘅市政府咧就呼籲示威者，希望能夠平靜落嚟。至於市政府嘅立場咧，就希望能夠盡快採取行動，令到市民對政府嘅信任咧係重回嘅。咁呢一點就係而家好多旁述員啊，或者係記者咧喺唔同嘅社交媒體啊，或者呢個電視直播咧係向呢啲示威者咧係講解嘅。
And Brittany, we understand that former Chief Shields is going to stay with the department.
Well, that's right, Rick. Maybe to some capacity, possibly the city as well. What we were told specifically by the mayor was that while they don't know what Shields' future role will be with the city, it's possible that she has one. So it doesn't necessarily mean that we've seen the last of Shields, because she could have some side of title either with the city or possibly with the police department moving forward. Still very little details about that.
大家都睇到㗎啦，喺呢個特蘭大嘅城市嘅示威者係特別係情緒係比平過去嘅2個星期係特別鼓噪嘅。
Well, it's time for a change, and that's why the
咁而家咧就見到咧，警方已經係到咗呢個起火嘅現場，亦陸續咧係有救火車咧係到達現場㗎啦。
And part of our policy mandate to change or to recommend for change is use of force. The council is called the Police Use of Force Council. And how ironic is it that tonight, once again, we're talking about a use of force incident. And I want to make something very clear that will probably start coming out Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. You had 2 cops who responded, 2 cops who were involved, 2 cops who received the same exact training, and they were Atlanta police officers. However, one officer said he needed to use lethal force, and another officer did not. Why the distinction? Why the difference? Why is it that one cop said this situation calls for me to kill the suspect, the alleged suspect, and the other officer said it did not? That is a question that has to be answered at some point in the very near future.
Rashad, as we all take a look at this video,
喺度頭先旁述員咧係攞咗一個比較係理性啲嘅討論，佢話當時被捕嘅時候，呢2位警察咧曾經有位警察係提議用出一個使用電槍，一個係非致命嘅武器，而另一個警察咧就係第一時間係想採用呢個致命嘅武器。2位警察都係同樣受過同樣嘅訓練啦。點解喺咁嘅情形之下，兩者係會有咁大嘅分別去選擇點樣控制嗰個情形？ 咁頭先彭帥員講到啦，呢啲問題嚟緊呢幾日一定要盡快咧係有一個明顯嘅答覆，如果唔係嘅示威人士係根本冇可能接受嘅。係 Grand Hall， 多謝你嘅苦心，亦多謝你嘅幫忙。真係香港係冇咩人係留意呢次美國嘅遊行示威，亦唔明白個美麗風景線喺美國係點樣嘅。咁啊，當然啦，希望多啲人能夠睇得到。咁啊，都講咗好多次，就係個初心就係能夠多啲人反省出嚟啦知道喺遊行示威入邊啦香港警方呢一年嚟採取嘅方法，同而家美國政府或者美國警察所採用嘅行動比較一下呢，能夠更多人明白香港警察嘅難處同埋個苦心，其實一路以嚟都係唔想傷害示威者嘅。
It's affecting people, especially black men and black mothers in a particular way. And if同埋最重要一點都係啦，就係要真真正正講何謂之一個真正係警察濫用權，而係呢個事情係美國已經係一個好耐嘅問題，而香港警察由舊年開始先俾人話係黑警濫用暴力。喺呢個咁嘅直播情形之下，就應該好多人能夠分別到而家佢哋黃絲嗰邊咁樣嘅抹黑係咪正確呢
？Rashad, I have one more question for you. You said that there needed to be a change of leadership. You told us that your task force was going to recommend a change of leadership at the police force even before Chief Shields handed in her resignation. Is there anyone else who has to go? Are there any other leaders in your mind, in the minds of some of the other members of the task force, where there needs to be a change?
最講親呢個涉講講立法一日嗰個詳情未出，就算出咗之後都好，呢班害港嘅人士們都唔會放過香港嘅暫時。但係至於佢哋點樣三罷呢啲罷工、罷課、罷市，其實攞得啖笑嘅啫。而最好笑嘅就係點解要小學生、中學生都去參加罷課呢？唔通佢哋真係明白到而家社會嘅政治問題咩？你大學搞罷課呢，我都仲可以接受你起碼你喺知識上喺情商上已經去到一個比較成熟嘅階段。點解要搞到連小學生、中學生都去搞政治呢？呢點真係一班真係個心黑到爛到已經無藥可救嘅人，對呢班人真係唔啱唔得。
Her stepping down comes after the Georgia NAACP called for her to leave her position following weeks of violent protests and now a deadly officer-involved shooting.
Let's head to Yasmina Alston, who's on the ground. Yasmina, we're hearing loud booms coming from our cameras there. What's going on? Yasmina, can you hear us?
Apparently not.
All right, we're going to try to reconnect with her in just a moment. But before we tried to get to her, we heard some loud bangs and booms, and then we saw some sparks coming from the ground, which we can suspect are fireworks just from being there on the ground and seeing how these protests unfold. But we have to let you know that this protest started off very peaceful. People were just chanting. They were in the streets. We talked to families that were out there with their young children. And then once the sun went down and protesters moved on to the highway peacefully, there was no violence on the highway.
各位網友嘅幫我努力嘅宣傳啊！喺度提翻頭先三罷啦，佢哋而家喺度搞緊公投，就係話睇下有冇6萬人出嚟支持呢個遊行示威。我頭先啱啱都諗起就係話點解佢個人數喺6萬呢？其實佢哋就係想話我哋工會加埋有6萬所有工會加埋有6萬人支持，就係可以代表香港所有人。講真啦，香港工會加埋有幾多人？大家要計計就肯定唔止6萬㗎啦。唔通真係6萬人可以代表800萬香港人嘅心聲呢
？Over here on this side of the interstate, we're starting to see traffic back up. There's nowhere to go. People can't go towards the window.
暫時大家冇辦法㗎啦，都係要咬實牙根呢，再過多一段時間㗎啦。咁至於去到9月立法會選舉呢一段時間，肯定一定再會有人出嚟搞事，尤其是今個月。嗱，去到呢個呢幾日咧，應該冇咩大事嘅。去到6月31號會唔會搞個大事呢？咁就未知。咁就去到7月嘅佢哋嘅代表性721嘅日子，就肯定又係會出嚟想搞大佢噶啦。但係睇翻最近之前2次講到話點樣可以有幾多人出嚟遊行示威，而家都大家見到好多人根本都出嚟嗌都唔敢嗌㗎啦，所以有好多事情會慢慢轉好嘅。
I don't know if you were there at the time that this fire broke out, but do you have any information about who started this fire? 係，羅早晨。暫時喺遊行示威上邊係冇死人，只不過係啱啱琴晚呢，喺呢個亞特蘭大呢，又有一位黑人呢係俾警方呢係槍擊致死嘅，所以引致到呢今日呢喺呢個亞特蘭大市呢就好多群眾，起碼超過3000人呢係出嚟遊行示威，咁將呢位示威者所死嘅地方嘅一個快餐店呢，係縱火焚燒緊嘅。
And Yasmina, you were on the ground the first night of protests here in Atlanta when we saw the first fire of the Atlanta Police Patrol car and 2 other fires. How would you compare both of those scenes, being that you're there right now? 係
啊 ，Grand Hall 講嚟講去，佢哋5大訴求當中一樣訴求就係要將出嚟搞個事嘅人咧，係罷免佢哋或者赦免佢哋嘅控告或者罪行。其實5大訴求入邊，其他嘅只不過係法國大餐啊，多嚿魚嘅啫。最重要嘅一點就係佢哋想將佢自己之前所做嘅暴行呢係得到赦免。而家睇到皮老弟都想辦法係離開香港啦，咁樣可想而知就係而家佢哋黃絲陣腳嗰邊係大亂嘅，所以喺咁嘅情形之下，你話佢哋仲會搞到啲咩嘢呢
？You can't say he ran off with a weapon that could kill somebody when you say it's not deadly. You can't say you don't have other options.
係明明我都期望佢呢個國安法咧係越早決定落嚟越好，不過都要有時做個期望管理啦，因為呢個涉港 國安法草擬或者草案，唔係咁容易將佢集成或者係完全咧做到係冇漏洞，可能都係需要啲時間嘅。香港回復正常係會快㗎啦，只係而家呢分鐘大家仲係要抱住一個咧係正面嘅睇法市面上希望就係回復寧靜先，呢個先係最重要一樣嘢。回復正常之後，希望大家能夠咧係將個精神時間擺翻喺咧我哋日常生活上，因為對抗完呢班咁嘅黃友，仲有一個疫情咧要大家捱過嘅，因為都唔好話呢個浪，因為呢個浪都係相當之大嘅。
Of weeks of protests after the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis, and also months of difficulties regarding the coronavirus pandemic, which we have to mention is still ongoing and has affected the African American community and the Latina community much more so, disproportionately so, than it has the white community here. So we have all of these tensions sort of coming to a head, and we watched the protests that were taking place here in the city and around the country after the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. And now to have another young African American man, in this case a 27-year-old man named Rashard Brooks, who had allegedly fallen asleep in his car and was blocking the drive-through window at this Wendy's restaurant on University.
令到佢哋覺得已經去到絕望嘅邊緣㗎啦，所以先呢個遊行示威能夠有咁大嘅力量同埋歷時咁耐。喺正常嘅情形之下，美國遊行示威最多都係幾日就完㗎啦。不過之前有提過嘅一樣嘢就係最後一次大嘅遊行示威喺美國喺洛杉磯92年，同而家今次出嚟遊行示威嘅人唔同，就係有種科技。好多示威遊行都係經過呢個社交媒體咧，係接觸到好多唔同嘅人，將佢有辦法咧係結起嚟一齊去聚集。咁呢一點香港呢一年嚟都係已經係知道呢個社交媒體有佢嘅好處，亦有佢嘅壞處㗎啦。
That we saw live on our air.
That's right. And earlier today we heard from
至於起火嘅快餐店 Wendy 咧，就繼續係燃燒嘅。雖然係有呢個消防到場，但係喺咁嘅情形之下咧，係仲係冇辦法咧係將個火勢控制嘅。咁至於堵路方面咧，係依然仲有，咁就警方咧仲未曾出嚟咧係驅散嘅。
It is Saturday night. It's 20 after 11. On the left-hand side of your screen is burning a fully engulfed Wendy's restaurant on University Avenue on the south side of Atlanta, where a fast food restaurant that was the scene of the death of a 27-year-old black man last night is now fully engulfed in flames after a day that started off peaceful. Protesters around the city
有好可能經歷過琴晚呢位黑人先生再俾警方係殺死，會變成呢次運動美國呢個遊行示威運動呢，變成一個重大嘅轉捩點呢一點係絕對有可能發生嘅。至於示威人士會唔會選擇由呢一個轉捩點變向使用武力呢？呢個就係好多人喺度擔心緊嘅問題啊！
We saw these flames sort of bursting and pushing through the drive-through window live on air, and then moment by moment they just
卡卡唔使擔心啊。至於肥佬黎啊，佢已經一次申請呢個要嚟去美國但係以佢而家目前有時喺6/4當晚佢去呢個維園啊，已經係知犯法再重犯嘅情形之下呢個法庭係唔會有可能俾佢去申請到離開香港嘅。咁至於個真空期，睇落去嗰個宣佈會執行呢個涉港國安法嘅話呢，而家其實都已經市面係睇到有佢嘅效果㗎啦，所以唔需要擔心太多。我絕對相信香港政府、特區政府，就算中國喺後邊，都已經係部署咗一段時間。其實有啲嘢只不過係我哋普通市民唔會第一時間知道嘅啫。到尾都係個信心嘅問題。只要大家依然能夠相信香港係可以有呢個公平嘅法律，政府咧能夠喺施政下邊咧能夠係做到嘢，同埋喺後邊中央政府係唔會遺忘香港嘅咁樣嘅角度去諗嘢咧，就好多事情就唔需要擔心太多嘅。咁另外畫面呢，就有一個重心呢，都係擺喺呢個西雅圖嗰個被佔領而講咗話，而家係一個自治嘅地方。咁至於嗰度嘅示威者，因為呢件事會唔會更加變得極端呢？咁暫時就睇唔到有咩大嘅事情發生喺呢個西雅圖。咁就當然啦，所有報道啊，所有嘅鏡頭差唔多90%都係落喺呢個亞特蘭大㗎啦。
But he started running away. That officer in that Walter Scott incident was actually turned himself in and was prosecuted for shooting.
當然啦，喺而家琴晚先發生嘅槍擊，呢個黑人先生有好多問題，亦有好多疑問出咗嚟。有啲問題係唔係1、2、3答得到，但係事情應該好快咧。呢一次啦，我相信警方會盡快將個事情係交代清楚嘅，因為如果唔交代清楚而家一觸即發嘅遊行示威係冇辦法將佢平定落嚟嘅。我相信亞特蘭大市嘅市長或者州長都希望盡快咧係將呢個事情係平定落嚟嘅。咁而家見到咧就係喺呢個起火嘅快餐店附近呢，亦有警方到場咧，開始咧係將呢個人群管制㗎啦。
Obviously running away, but then also turning around and holding that taser, and there is a bit of a spark that seems to come from that taser. I don't know whether that's from him firing it, but that's something that a lot of people are going to sort of hone in on and say, well, wait a minute, this officer may have been trying to defend himself. Go ahead.
其實一個星期前都已經冇呢個縱火嘅事情發生㗎啦，喺呢個遊行示威當中。咁好不幸啦，今晚喺呢個亞特蘭大就重演翻呢個縱火事情，就係一個好美麗嘅風景線係美麗，相當之美麗。
And it is not something that usually can kill you unless you have some other issue going on, medically. Now, the other thing they raised was they're saying that the time between where the taser was actually deployed and the time when the gentleman turned was just too short for that to be the reaction. the attorney said that they kind of felt as if, if the gentleman was trying to taser the officer, one, it would have been impossible because the distance between where the officer was and where he was, the taser couldn't reach him. But also that the second officer that shot, saying that he reacted too quickly, the time between where that the Brooks raised his hand to turn and the time between the officer shooting does not align. So they seem as if it was almost already in play, is what they're saying. But again, this is what the attorney representing the family is saying.
Sure, and I'm glad that you clarified that. Worth repeating. Bobeth Yates live for us. Bobeth, we'll check in with you in a little bit. Yasmina Austin is also down on the streets there near the scene where all of this is unfolding. And Yasmina, why don't you describe the scene as you see it right now?
Yeah, so if you look down on the other side of the interstate under the bridge, you can see there's a group of protesters there near that Wendy's, the same Wendy's that we've been showing you all night that caught fire earlier tonight and then, of course, grew into a very large fire that, to my knowledge, Atlanta Fire has not been able to get to yet. We're still seeing the smoke from that fire. Now, on this side of the interstate, Georgia State Patrol, they do have that area blocked off, so no traffic can get to side. One of the changes that I have seen is I believe some cars were able to get back on the interstate, but Georgia State Patrol is also clearing out this area here, trying to get some of that traffic moving, and some people even left their cars just parked in the middle of the street. So now they're working on trying to figure out whose cars these are and whether or not they need to be towed. So a lot of moving parts out here right now near that Wendy's.
係，剛才記者提及到咧，就係喺呢個起火嘅現場附近咧，警方亦將部分嘅道路咧係封鎖，一個係呢個消防咧就唔可以大量咧係抵達現場，暫時唯一嘅嘢就係只可以有呢個火勢繼續燒落去。咁至於到場嘅警方喺某個地段咧就開始設咗防線，但係而家呢分鐘咧暫時仲冇話咩特別示威者同警方咧發生任何衝突嘅。咁至於有示威者將某段嘅主要幹道主道係封鎖嘅。有啲人已經係將自己嘅車放棄喺呢個公路上咧，係嚟走嘅，所以喺呢方面咧，警方暫時就唔可以咧將呢個公路咧係解放出嚟俾呢個汽車繼續行駛嘅。
Now we've got the Wendy's on fire. So definitely a much different scene than what we saw earlier when we interviewed that family, like you said, Brittany.
Okay, and it looks like we can see a little bit maybe officers with shields.
係啱啱喺最上邊嘅其中一個畫面咧，就有一段仔咧，就係當晚嗰兩位警察點樣追捕呢個黑人嘅畫面，但係個畫面仲未齊全或者睇得清楚嘅，只係睇到咧係兩名警察點樣追逐呢個黑人先生。
Such a familiar scene, Brittany, for you and for so many others who followed coverage of the protests over the death of George Floyd, where we saw officers lined up in formation, wearing tactical gear, holding shields and batons and getting ready. Although I must say, it does not feel, at least anyway by looking at these pictures, it doesn't feel like those people who have gathered there are ready to charge or anything like that. It seems more like they're just standing by and trying to watch and see what happens.
Right. Okay, so my producers
好，頭先一提就係防出用啊，有部分防暴警察咧係已經係攞佢嘅盾牌啊，喺呢度咧係將某啲地方咧係作出呢個保護。 咁至於在場人士睇落去咧，亦冇話想向呢個警方咧係推進嘅情形發生，而係只不過好多人咧停留喺度唔肯離開。
There are buildings on fire, including a Wendy's restaurant that was the scene last night of a terrible incident involving a young 27-year-old African-American man named Rayshard Brooks and police. Brooks had evidently fallen asleep in his vehicle, blocking the Wendy's drive-through and causing some problems there when police confronted him, and that eventually led to Mr. Brooks being shot and killed by the police. And of course, what began as a peaceful day of protests here in Atlanta took a turn for the worse when the Wendy's restaurant where all of this unfolded became the scene of a fire. People began to throw lit objects into the drive-through window of the Wendy's, and the fire spread from there. Our CBS 46 colleague Bobeth Yates is out on the street. She's been following a number of different angles of this story, including the resignation earlier today of the Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms announcing that. And Bobeth, why don't you give us a sense of where you are and what you're seeing?
Well, I'm at University. The road is blocked off, but the sidewalk just opened up. You can see folks actually walking down closer to where the actual Wendy's is, where the fire started. If you zoom in, we don't see any flames anymore, but we do see the sign. But you can see crowds gathering right there on the other side of the highway. Again, the University and 75 still shut down. You cannot get on or off the highway from here, but the crowds just continue to kind of to grow, and we're seeing even kids out here. Now, we have not seen much violence, but we definitely have seen a lot of people. So right now the crowd is just gathering, and
係，唐 Sir 啱啱講到就係喺起火嘅現場咧，因為呢個快餐店咧喺個高速嘅旁邊，咁有好多群眾咧而家開始咧聚集喺呢個起火嘅高速嘅對面，暫時睇唔到有咩大嘅暴力嘅事情發生，只不過聚集嘅人士咧開始越嚟越增加嘅。咁至於而家慢慢咧，亦多咗好多唔同嘅信息咧，係關於呢件案嘅發生。咁最初咧，頭先講到咧，就係話呢位黑人咧就喺呢個drive-through 啊，即係係專門俾汽車咧係買外賣嘅快餐店咧係瞓着覺。咁而家咧就係再多少少咧，就係話佢當佢瞓着嘅地方咧，就係啱啱係呢個快餐店嘅汽車嘅入口，所以係阻擋咗咧其他人嘅進入，而警方就到場咧將佢盤問嘅。咁而家就陸續一點一點咧，呢啲細節開始出嚟啦。
Georgia State Patrol is working on clearing out the cars that were just left here in the middle of the road. You can see that they've blocked off the street, so you're not able to get to the other side by car. I believe Bobeth mentioned that you can walk over on the sidewalk, so we'll try to get a closer look as well. But on this side, things have definitely calmed down. A lot of the bystanders that were in the street, that were on the sidewalk, they have left the area as well. So. And actually, to my right, there's a car that's being towed that someone left. So they're kind of clearing up on this side.
當你認為佢係會平息落嚟啊，或者冷靜落嚟，就發生一宗咁嘅事，又令到好多群眾啊、示威者咧又回復翻一個相當憤怒嘅狀態。
In the distance in this shot was the Wendy's restaurant that was the scene of last night's confrontation between 27-year-old Rayshard Brooks and the police officers who were involved in his death. CBS 46.
嚟到呢一點就係而家所有嘅旁述員啊、記者啊，紛紛都討論就係警方執法時候所採用嘅武力何謂之恰當，同埋整個拘捕嘅情形之下所能夠使用嘅武力。呢一點已經係變成而家呢一分鐘係最大嘅爭論點啊！有一個小小嘅事情出咗嚟，就係話當呢兩位警員啦拘捕呢個黑人男子嘅時候，點解有一個警員就第一時間要採用呢個有殺傷力嘅武器呢？而另一個警員就要選擇用呢個係非殺傷性嘅武器呢？咁大家都係同樣係由警校出身嘅，點解喺個環境之下，一個警員會即刻去採用一個咁有殺傷力嘅武器或者係致命嘅武器呢？而另一個警察喺同一個情形之下覺得係唔需要呢？呢一點種種嘅問題就要留翻啦嚇，呢兩三日盡快係有個俾群眾嘅一個答覆嘅。
Between what you can do and what you should do.
And with Shields vacating that seat, we are also told that former Assistant Police Chief Rodney Bryant, he is going to be acting as interim police chief for the time being. Guys.
咁剛才有提過啦，因為喺亞特蘭大嘅警局長係同一時間呢係已經係離職㗎啦，佢自己係認為喺呢分鐘佢係唔可以再令到群眾呢係回正平靜落嚟。佢希望借過佢嘅離職呢，可以令到有部分人呢係將呢個情緒呢係恢復翻啲正常，唔好繼續呢令到係呢個遊行示威走入一個高暴力嘅環境嘅。
Of Atlanta all night long. Keep in mind, we've been watching 24 hours of protests at this point, starting at midnight last night when CBS 46 was the only crew at the Wendy's where the first protest really unfolded shortly after Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed by a white police officer. And then we saw different protests popping up all throughout the city, including Centennial Olympic Park, where we've seen several protests in the past 2 weeks. And then we saw this protest, which started it in the late evening. There was another protest that sort of attached to this one at 8 o'clock. And that's when we saw that turn. Alston, a reporter that's been there all night, she says people
睇翻各位大家嘅留言都見到大家真係好期望香港啊嚇呢個涉港國安立法咧係盡快係能夠通過嘅。我都希望起碼講就講咗係會做嘅。早啲落實嘅，就起碼大家能夠知道安心，至於點樣去面對。但係如果期望呢個法律一出呢，就呢班已經係病入高峰嘅人，會唔會再出嚟搞事呢？零星嘅事情呢一定會有嘅，所以大家都要做咗一個心理準備。因為有一個唔好嘅事情呢個世界就係咁啊，法律係攞嚟犯嘅，連就算係槍斃嘅法律都有人去犯。我亦唔相信呢個新嘅涉港國安法呢能夠去針對每一個人，因為駱惠寧中聯辦主任都講過，如果係普通人係根本同呢個法律係無關嘅，只要你係冇心係搞呢個叛國，搞呢個香港獨立嘅，或者係煽動人去對國家作出一啲不利嘅事情，你根本係對呢個法律根本同你係冇關係嘅。
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Bobeth, but we're seeing pictures of flames. I just want to clarify that the video on the left-hand side of the screen, those those active flames, that is video from a
細
while
細
ago.
冇
That
辦
is
法㗎啦，
from
呢個
earlier
世
this
界
evening. That is not a
種族
live
歧
picture
視
because am I
已
correct
經
that
唔
the fire
係
is
話一
out
兩
at the
件事，
Wendy's?
係數翻係我都唔知。我諗由人類開始識得將呢個事情用呢個文字記錄開始，歧視就不嬲都係存在。只不過我哋人啦，去到今時今日啦，喺一個咁有知識文明嘅社會，好多事情應該唔需要啊嚇，去到好似今時今日咁樣嘅狀態咯。一個最大聲講自己國家係一個民主自由嘅國家，竟然而家你就睇到其實佢哋嘅公民對佢自己國家嘅民主自由都係不滿嘅。咁你美國政府有乜權去去話人哋嘅做得唔好呢？你自己國家都做得唔好之時，仲去話人哋。
Georgia State Patrol that still has the road blocked off so that you can't drive over to where that Wendy's is, of course, with Wendy's being on fire, but there's still a large group of people over near that Wendy's. Georgia State Patrol has been busy clearing out the traffic on this side. When we talked to you guys earlier, a lot of cars were being turned around. They were trying to get on the interstate. They were trying to come off the interstate, and of course, that wasn't possible. So over here, you're actually seeing one of the last cars being towed. Someone got out of their car and left it. So one of the Georgia State Patrol troopers actually asked, hey, whose car is this? No one came forward, so now that car is being towed to clear that roadway. But a much different scene than what we've seen earlier on this side. We are, of course, working to move closer to the other side, closer to that Wendy's where we were earlier. Brittany.
Yasmina, something we haven't really talked about between you and Bobeth, and we know this from covering the protests 2 weeks ago. Is it dangerous for you guys? We know that you have security there on the ground, but describe what it's like in terms of the emotion. Is it tense? Is it dangerous for what's going on down there?
Yes, so Brittany, you know this from when the protests first started. There are definitely those moments when you just don't know what's going to happen. You're hearing from protesters, and then you might also hear something from police, but you're not sure what exactly is going to happen next. And it's just sort of a do we stay? Do we move? So there are definitely moments where you do wonder, hey, I just don't know what's going to happen. Here tonight with the fire at the Wendy's. At one point in time, my photographer Anne and I felt okay. And then when the flames got bigger, we thought, all right, we might need to get out of this area.
中央政府做嘅嘢同外國政府做嘅嘢唔同。外國政府好中意咧，就係講啲事情咧就出嚟吹下水，講過咧就算㗎啦。你唔需要去執行。而中央政府，我哋中國嘅中央政府做事就係佢提得出呢樣嘢，人大亦通過咗，就一定會做㗎啦，唔會話拖耐咗之後唔做。呢個唔係呢個中國中央政府一般做嘢嘅方法。至於話大家期望6月，咁都講啦，最多係做一個壞啲嘅期望管理，就係話佢到8月先能夠公佈啦。呢個就係時間上嘅問題嘅啫，因為都講過要立一條法律或者一個法案。係要顧及好多細節嘅。至於如果係因為咗要盡快而做，而最後能夠俾到啲壞心腸嘅人入邊執到手照，或者執到漏洞，反而唔係一件好事。所以一聽佢過咗人大，或者佢未過人大之前話提出呢個方案會經過人大去通過嘅，已經知道係行㗎啦，一定唔會改嘅，千祈唔好擔心。這個問題都係講句，係真係能夠喺6月尾能夠或者6月20號得到呢個人大常委會係討論完能夠出嚟啊，是等到下一次人大常委會8月舉行呢個會議而通過，呢個先係時間嘅問題嘅啫，唔使擔心。
Any explosions there. This is a fire that did not become anything more serious, because certainly there was the potential for that, for it to become much more serious. You know, we should mention that these protests here in Atlanta have been largely peaceful over the last several days, many days now. The protests have continued, but there have been dwindling arrests, and it seems as though the city got into a bit of a groove, if that's even possible, when it comes to protests, between the protesters and law enforcement, where, you know, at the very beginning we saw a lot of arrests, people defying curfew, and finding themselves arrested. And then it got to the point where the mayor was able to lift the curfew because people were being so well behaved, and a lot of the problems that we had seen early on were no longer problems. But then something like this happens last night, where you know, a young man, a young black man, dies at the hands of police. And of course, we find ourselves at another very, very tense situation. Bobeth Yates is down on the ground for us now. When we see law enforcement behind you, we're glad you're in a safe area. Why don't you tell us what's going on there?
So we made it on the other side of 75, and they have the on-ramp blocked off here. This is a Bearcat, I was just told, that is blocking the highway. You can see two levels of officers. You can see officers here, and if you zoom all the way down, there's officers over there. But what we've noticed was we're even seeing some of the protesters who are prepared for, I don't know, I guess whatever. Some of them were wearing helmets. They had goggles. They had the mask on. So they're definitely ready for, I don't know, for a clash, I guess I would say, with officers, just in case things take a turn. But as you mentioned earlier, I heard Brittany ask Yasmina how safe it was. Well, we have not had any issues, but in our reactions we had at our last press conference, we were with an MSNBC crew that actually said they were attacked, and we were with a CNN crew that said they were also attacked. So for us, we're definitely concerned about our safety. So we try to be in areas where, you know, law enforcement presence is definitely high. And here's one of those people I was telling you about. You see how they have a helmet on? They're literally ready for, you know, a clash and are prepared for just about anything. They're wearing goggles, they're wearing these gas masks, they're wearing the motorcycle helmets, and are prepared just in case things take a turn for the worse. You can see it's calm right now, but there's still smoke in the air, and you can also see just a lot of people just hanging out. This entire intersection just by University is still shut down on both sides, and folks cannot get on the highway, even getting on northbound, southbound on 75. So both sides are completely blocked off, and, you know, protesters just continue to be hanging out in the street. Now, earlier today, as I mentioned, one of the things we were able to do is speak to the attorney representing Brooks' family, and what they were saying was that, you know, they're just tired of having to deal with this situation, and they were visibly frustrated, just as some of these protesters out here. They say they'll continue, of course, to fight, but they say that they're just tired of having to do this, and they liken this incident to the one that happened a couple years ago. That was the shooting of Walter Scott. Walter Scott was tased and then shot by police officers, and one of the attorneys representing this case, Chris Stewart, also represented Walter Scott in his case. And in that incident, that officer actually was charged and dealt with some of the consequences for shooting Walter Scott as he ran away in the back. So again, they were liking this incident to that, and they're like, you know, how many years later that they're still having to deal with another incident like this. But out here, protesters are still gathering. It is peace, but there is a heavy presence of law enforcement. We'll continue to be out here and bring you updates as we get it.
All right, Bobeth.
I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you. Bobeth Yates live for us there. Antonio Brown is the city councilman who represents, I believe it's District 3 here in Atlanta. He played a very active and visible role during the protests immediately after the death of George Floyd. And he was actually, I'm told, at the scene last night, not long after this latest incident. It was Mr. Councilman Brown, why don't you tell us, first of all, thanks for talking to us. When you got there last night, what time was it? What did you see?
Yeah, hey, thanks so much for having me. Yesterday I arrived on scene around 1:45 in the morning, and I saw it was just a ton of chaos and confusion. And most of the residents that were there were just completely outraged and were demanding answers from the local police. And it was just a very unfortunate scenario because, you could just see the visible hurt, that the residents were feeling and just how they were reacting to another life being lost, and it was just really, really sad. And
we're watching the surveillance video that was released seeing the death of Mr. Brooks here on the left-hand side of our screen. And I'm sure that you've seen this video now as well, sir, from a couple of different angles. As you watched it, what jumped out at you?
It was just obvious that, that our police force, could have done a better job of de-escalating the situation without resulting in the use of excessive force and, taking the life of Mr. Brooks. I mean, as a police force, we have a responsibility to our community.
而家撐林鄭嘅係中央政府，就算林鄭會驚，中央唔會驚。至於呢班政棍，就算點搞都好，佢都係會出嚟搞事㗎啦。就算立唔立呢條法國安法，佢哋嘅工作就係出嚟搞震，呢個預咗㗎啦。所以有時大家就算唔信香港政府，唔信林鄭或者對佢冇信心，都要對中國中央政府有信心。只要你嘅出發點係咁樣呢，其他嘅事情啦根本係唔重要嘅。我哋即係話齋有大食大啊，做乜嘢嘅係睇大個頭嘅啫。下邊做嘢嘅人，可能佢嘅儲存做事能力係唔夠嘅，但係上邊絕對係有辦法幫佢嘅。起碼都講過，而家新嘅中聯辦嘅駱惠寧嘅經驗啊，已經係好過林鄭唔知幾多倍。佢只要喺從中咧幫阿林鄭分析下嘢。同埋教下佢路，已經可以幫到香港好大嘅忙，所以呢方面唔需要擔心。呢一次就係香港嘅事情嘅轉捩點。咁而家睇翻有啲畫面就見到咧，警方咧開始咧向某啲人群咧作出驅散嘅。而睇落去喺另一邊咧，就有啲警方咧又係撤離佢嘅防守線，所以至於係點，暫時都係好亂啊！尤其是喺呢個起火現場附近，實在係太多不明朗嘅事情。我相信今晚呢，呢個亞特蘭大嘅警方會更加小心，唔會即刻係用強硬嘅武力，因為知道如果咁樣呢個炸彈就會即刻炸開㗎啦。
And screaming obscenities. I'm kind of actually wrapped in them. I'm trying to find the photographer right now because at this point I'm on the side with the police officers, but it seems like now they're kind of following them. They've created a new line earlier where we saw the other officers were, and they're just coming to a line right now, and they're pulling officers back. You can see them, like one officer just pulled one of them back to their line, and it just seems like now they're leaving in all of the 你個想法同我一樣啊！呢個世界係冇個政府十全十美，最緊要佢所謂嘅群眾得
億嘅人數係大數就得㗎啦。每一條法律、每一個政策都冇可能照顧晒社會所有人嘅。一定係有部分人呢係得唔到優惠，或者係某部分人要有啲損失，呢個就係政府。政府就係冇辦法啦得到所有人嘅認同嘅喺政制上、喺政策上。大家只要明白呢一點，但係只要佢嘅大綱係為咗呢個真正嘅人民嘅民生上嘅改進，就已經夠㗎啦。
Thankfully, it is peaceful now. There has been a fire tonight. The restaurant that was the scene of the death of the young man last evening has been burned to the ground. There were a number of other fires set as well. But again, a familiar scene where you see the protesters sort of realizing that there is
呢度咁多位網友再要呼籲一下開通咗呢個 WhatsApp 啊、IG 啊同埋呢個 email， 就希望同我嘅網友能夠有個密切啲嘅對話，亦希望咧網友咧能夠咧係提供多啲閣下嘅見解，或者有咩話題係覺得我可以作一個製片，或者我所做嘅嘢有咩可以改進嘅，希望大家加入我嘅 WhatsApp 啊，因為我本人就唔識寫中文，所以就希望能夠經過語言咧同大家溝通下，同埋如果係有網友認為值得喺直播嘅情形之下，用聲音去發表你嘅想法，亦可以參加。咁至於保密方面我講啦，喺語言上語音方面可以而家好方便咧，就令到個語音改變嘅，所以喺呢點大家可以放心。咁已經有網友咧係加入咗我呢個 WhatsApp 群WhatsApp 入邊，但係我仲未曾咧擺入呢個大家可以對話嘅群組入邊，因為我希望能夠首先咧係了解多啲我嘅網友，然之後睇下點樣先同大家係連串起嚟。咁至於我個人就會喺下個星期二晚10點半呢第一次做另一個直播，唔係單單淨係有遊行騷亂嘅時候做直播，而係每次呢係攞一個比較一個話題能夠深入啲去同大家討論嘅直播。咁之後呢陸續亦會有片上㗎啦，咁到時希望大家留意下，所以好希望大家多多支持，同埋最重要就係多多指教，希望能夠做得更加好。
Yeah, so I had only seen one other fire, I think that was near the front side of the Wendy's, but yes, that is out as well.
Okay, so things, it looks like, are calming down. It's been several hours. This all started earlier today when the sun was up. By 8 o'clock tonight, more protesters joined the group that was already there on the ground. They moved onto the highway. I know it seems like it happened a long time ago, but earlier tonight, the highway was shut down on 75, 85, and traffic couldn't get through for an hour and a half. Do we want to go back out to Bobeth Yates or Yasmina just so they can continue to tell us what's happening and developing? It looks like officers are actually having a conversation with protesters that are on the ground there, and that's an image that we've really seen here in Atlanta. We've seen it throughout different cities that are having protests in the name of George Floyd as well. We'll also just sit there and have a conversation with protesters and try to build that relationship between the community and police, which is
但係暫時咧，警方同示威者嘅氣氛咧係仲係屬於寧靜嘅，亦冇咩話好似香港咁樣對罵到粗口都出埋。反而係有啲示威者喺旁咧，係同警方咧係交談緊嘅。咁就其他被堵路嘅地方咧，警方已經陸續咧係有啲將佢開通翻，而係喺縱火嘅而家仲係燃燒緊嘅地方咧， 就係有呢個封閉現場嘅做法，就唔希望太多人呢接近呢個火場。
By protesters. Some of them are peaceful, some of them are having conversations, others are yelling, and officers are just, ignoring it, for lack of a better word, and not responding.
If you're just joining us, it's just after midnight, Saturday night / Sunday morning here in Atlanta, and we are about 24 hours or so since the death of a young African-American father of several young children who was killed or who died late Friday night following a confrontation and struggle with police officers outside of that Wendy's on University on the south side of downtown Atlanta. This was obviously a shooting that happened at a very, very sensitive and stressful time here in the city and here in the country as a whole. Since the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis, Minnesota, there have been protests here in Atlanta and around the country, in fact, around the world, to protest unjust treatment of minority communities at the hands of police officers and law enforcement. And so this happens amidst that kind of a setting, and you can imagine there were already inflamed tempers and hard feelings. For this to happen amidst all of that made it even more difficult. And by nightfall on Saturday night, that Wendy's where the shooting took place was in flames, and demonstrators had shut down the downtown connector, as Brittany said, for about an hour and a half. There is video of this shooting, as there has been video of shootings in the past, including George Floyd. There are two different camera angles, including one that was released by Georgia Bureau of Investigations, which has taken the lead in investigating the death of Mr. Richard Brooks. On the left-hand side of the screen, you can see this video. Mr. Brooks had allegedly fallen asleep in his car at the drive-thru of the Wendy's there on University, and it was causing quite a backup, and that led to the police responding to the scene. And you can see Mr. Brooks there running away and turning briefly behind him. He had apparently gotten his hands on one of the officer's taser guns, and you can see him turning briefly with a spark coming from that taser gun, and that is exactly when the officer who fired the fatal shots unloaded his weapon, shooting and killing Mr. Brooks. The question on the part of the Brooks family attorney, who's been retained, is why did you have to kill this young African-American man? Why did he have to die? A lot of people saying the police should have been trained better to de-escalate the situation of a man asleep in his car at a fast food restaurant, as opposed to letting it devolve into what we see there on the left-hand side of the screen with a dead 27-year-old man.
Right, and other people, just city leaders that we talked to throughout the week really were worried that it was going to come to this, that Atlanta would have their own case of George Floyd, as they said. And this is where we are right now. Protesters, though, are still fired up. They're still standing there. They've been there for hours. It looks like they're not letting up anytime soon. So, Rick, what we saw throughout the past 2 to 3 weeks was we saw things go from really intense situations, really evolving situations with violence and vandalism on night one. We had curfews on night two with the National Guard here. We had supported law enforcement from different agencies throughout Metro Atlanta. And then things calmed down, as you mentioned. And now it seems that we are right back at square one with just that intense sort of protesting that we're seeing now in front of the Wendy's there, what was the Wendy's on University Avenue. So we have to wonder, will the mayor bring back the curfew? Will she reestablish that curfew that she took away last weekend because things were so calm?
We shall see. We have heard from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. She came out and spoke on Saturday afternoon.
剛才記者提及到就係喺呢個亞特蘭大前幾日前先將呢個戒嚴令呢係取消，因為個遊行示威呢係平靜落嚟。至於今晚去到咁嘅情形啦嚇，佢會唔會再選擇呢？ 係採用呢個宵禁令或者戒嚴令，阻止咧係呢個示威者深夜咧仲係停留喺街上嘅。
Will serve as interim chief as the city conducts what they're calling a national search to find a replacement for Chief Shields. But that is a good question about the protest because that was something that the mayor put in place after a night of violence. After the first night of protests here turned violent, we all remember the defacing of the CNN sign at CNN Global Headquarters, the breaking of windows there at the CNN Center building, and the destruction of a police car that was set on fire on that first night. It was after that that the mayor put in place the curfew, and I think it's a very good question as to whether or not she might consider doing that again.
Of course, we'll try to answer that question in the coming days. Right now, though, we need to head to CBS 46's Yasmina Alston. She's still live there on the ground. She has a different angle and vantage point. Yasmina, what are you seeing on your end?
They don't want no don't want no crime. Nobody has a gun.
Yeah, Brittany, that's right. We just we moved over from where we were by the Wendy's and moved closer to one of the ramps for the interstate. You can see that Atlanta police, they've got this area blocked off, and then of course you can see the group of protesters moved, and you can see some conversations happening up here. There have been some heated conversations as well coming from some of the protesters, and you can see they are engaging with police up here. And to give you an idea of where we are, this is not too far away from that Wendy's where that shooting happened. We showed you that maybe 10 minutes ago. There were still some people down there as well, just looking at what was left of that Wendy's. So again, you're taking a look at Atlanta police and protesters
各位網友，
right now.
唔單止各位網友喺度諗緊今晚喺美國呢個美麗嘅風景線會唔會發生，而係就算而家喺美國嘅所有傳媒啊，都喺度討論緊呢個問題，就係話喺呢個亞特蘭市已經慢慢進入深夜啦。去到深夜嘅時候，示威者嘅心情係咪可以覺得離開呢？繼續係喺街上去表達佢嘅不滿。咁亞特蘭市嘅市長會唔會再次將呢個宵禁令啊，或者個戒嚴令呢係宣佈係要求示威者冚唪唥離開街上？呢個問題就係今晚應該係個個人都注重嘅最大嘅一個問題㗎。
Yeah, Brittany, so that actually happened after another group of protesters came to make one big group of protesters. So we had one group already here, and then we had another group that came in, and once that second group came in, that's how they were able to make their way onto the interstate. Now, police were blocking the entrance and the exit ramps, but a lot of people, they went up the hill, the side hills, to jump over that guardrail to then get onto the interstate. So at that time, there were some Georgia State Patrol troopers that were on the interstate, but not quite enough for the group of people that ended up on the interstate and, of course, like we saw, shut down that traffic.
And is it all the same group?
And it looks like someone just threw something towards police, and we saw a few people just now scatter. I'm not sure what was thrown. A couple of people scattered, not many, so not sure what's about to happen next, but we'll kind of stay here and keep an eye on it. So because this is very similar to what we've seen at past protests where
暫時被燒嘅快餐店嘅附近呢，記者所目睹呢，就係陸續咧會有一批嘅示威者呢加入當最先到達嘅一批示威者，咁人數呢係繼續增加緊嘅。
No, I have not seen any violence and have not seen any arrests here on the ground as of now.
All right. Thanks very much, Yasmina. We'll let you see if you can gather some more information for us as we take a look at these scenes. And you're right, Brittany. There's still a lot of protesters out there. We also see the law enforcement there. They're wearing their masks. It's crazy that we have to include this in our commentary and our coverage, but there is a global pandemic that is still in effect, and you do see some of the protesters there wearing masks, like that young man on the right, but I've also seen other protesters out there are obviously not wearing masks and not social distancing. And we heard from health officials that anyone who participated in the protests downtown over the last couple of weeks
係記者仲強調翻一樣嘢，就係而家美國呢個疫情係相當嚴重嘅，而出嚟遊行示威嘅好多人士咧都係冇戴上口罩。應該係一定會造成咧係呢個病毒咧係再次爆發嘅。咁如果計翻個日子咧，就係最初出嚟遊行示威咧，已經係2個星期前㗎啦。所以喺開始遊行示威受到感染嘅人，去到今個月嘅月尾咧，就應該係會完全係顯露到出嚟個數字㗎啦。咁如果呢個遊行示威繼續咁樣係唔停咁去進行，嗰個社交嘅感染只會越嚟越嚴重嘅。
But I also want to talk because I know that you've been in touch with the attorney that's been hired by the Brooks family to represent them. I want to talk to you about that too. But first of all, let's start with the scene as it is. What's going on around you?
Well, the scene is up and down. One moment it's actually quiet, then next moment it's chaotic. You have people yelling at us. They have them yelling at officers. Right now there's actually a clash. And this guy right here, Jay Wesley, you are a part of the
Atlanta Nightlife Alliance here.
And so you're out here tonight. You're not
剛才記者講咧就係較早前咧就睇落去平靜起嚟。但係而家因為示威嘅人數開始增加，嗰個嘴罵咧係越嚟越係嚴重。咁最主要嘅對罵嘅對象當然係警察啦。
But you have the young rogue leaders that's standing up, taking up, and having a voice. And it's not the traditional way that we're used to handling civil justice, which is our parents and grandparents have told us.
仲有值得提嘅就係被殺嘅黑人嘅屋企嘅代表律師已經係第一時間咧要求警方所有嘅關於呢件事嘅錄影帶咧係公佈出嚟嘅。
If it wasn't for the protesters, I would be in jail right now, maybe alive. But I screamed and yelled for help, and the protesters came to my rescue.
Well, thank you, Jay. Well, as you just heard, he says he's not afraid of the protesters. He's, in fact, afraid of the opposite, the police officers. And to what your points you mentioned earlier, Rick, I did speak to the attorneys representing the family.
喺度都係要講翻一個借鏡，就係我哋暫時唔知道成個事情個真相啦。但係表面上嚟睇就係呢位黑人先生咧係有曾經反抗，企圖係搶警方嘅電槍，咁就受到第二個警員咧係開槍嘅。我而家唔敢討論啦嚇，個事情邊面錯與對，就係想將個借鏡對翻個西灣河槍嘅事件當日發生嘅事情。當日咧的而且確係有數名人士咧向香港警察嗰位警察咧衝去嘅，而係作出一個真係人身上嘅安全問題。所以警察先喺咁嘅情形之下開槍。對於而家許智峰作出呢個私人控告呢個警察，係咪一個合理嘅事呢？呢度希望大家諗一諗啦。當然有人傷亡，有人受傷唔係一件好事，但係有時每一件事都係要冷靜去分析，然之後去睇嘅。當然啦，喺而家呢個遊行示威已經經歷咗2個月嘅環境下邊，再有一個差唔多同樣嘅事情發生，我相信就算而家美國出嚟遊行示威嘅人嘅腦海中都係相當之激動嘅。
They are there with a mission, they're there with a purpose, they're there with a message. Something that I want to mention, we had our own reporter, Barmel Lyons, on this story earlier this morning, and she was able to talk to some of the family of Brooks, and she said that he is a father of 3 daughters, 8 years old, 2 years old, and 1 year old. Yesterday was one of his daughter's birthdays, and he was actually celebrating with her the evening of his death. So that's just to give you some background on Brooks. Let's go to CBS 46's Yasmina Alston just to let us know what's going on the ground there, Yasmina.
Yeah, Brittany, so we're in the same location. Still seeing some pretty heated exchanges here between protesters.
有一樣嘢肯定㗎啦，今晚至於喺呢個亞特蘭大市入邊啦嚇，呢個遊行示威應該會繼續延續夜一點嘅，所以個直播應該都會比平時係耐啲㗎啦。因為想睇清楚啊嚇，喺呢個咁嘅環境之下，示威者能唔能夠保持冷靜，而發生好似香港一樣嘅美麗風景線啦。
And I'm noticing a lot of people have their phones out. A lot of people are wanting to capture what's happening here tonight. Brittany?
Yasmina, how many protesters are you seeing now? I know the numbers have fluctuated, but just to get an updated number now that it's 12:16 in the morning on Sunday.
I would say in the spot that we're in right now, probably maybe 200 protesters in this particular area. Again, there's still some people that were down by the Wendy's and on the other side of the interstate as well. But that's about the number for this area here, what we're looking at.
And are there a lot of officers in comparison to the protesters?
剛才記者嘅對話就係話，唔知現場嘅人數有幾多，咁就記者回覆翻呢，喺佢自己處身嘅地方呢，佢睇落去起碼都係有200-300人。咁至於喺公路另一邊嘅聚集人士呢，暫時就未知。咁即係加起嚟係圍住呢個命案發生嘅現場都有數百人士喺度㗎啦。
The city is reopening. Perhaps people were out to dinner and are just catching up with the news. How did things go from a peaceful protest earlier today to the destruction of a restaurant there on University, the Wendy's restaurant, and the protest, the scene that we're looking at now? How did it get from one thing to the other?
Yes, there was really that turning point of when we just saw one person or a couple of people who went over to the Wendy's, and we started hearing things being thrown at the Wendy's, and then eventually that small fire turned into a much larger fire. So that's sort of when we saw that change, and that was of course also as it started to get dark, closer to dark, when everything sort of changed out here.
All right, Yasmina, stand by if you would. Let's go back to Bobeth Yates.
係剛才嘅一個對話就係個新聞部同現場記者咧，就討論話點解今日咧原本早上咧個遊行示威仲係相當之和平，點解會突然之間變成縱火嘅？咁個解釋就話係最初咧係有幾個人咧。開始向呢個快餐店咧掟向一啲燃燒氣體，咁咧個火勢咧就即刻係蔓延起嚟，個氣氛跟住咧亦緊張起嚟嘅。
They said they do not believe that Rayshard Brooks was actually pulled over for a DUI. They said they were during that press conference with the attorney. There was no DUI or surprise.
係啊，香港警察係絕對溫柔，但係可惜喺呢個溫柔嘅下邊，依然有人係繼續抹黑香港警察。所以經過呢啲我呢個直播就希望能夠多啲人能夠睇得到啊嚇，喺一個遊行示威下邊啦嚇，唔同嘅警方或者唔同嘅國家，佢哋面對或者做嘅方法係點樣？對比一下香港警察就知道啦嚇，個辛苦喺邊度。好似目前到而家我睇到畫面啦，就算示威者係同警方有對峙或者係有呼叫，都唔會去到香港嘅示威嘅嗰種恐 嗰種毒發嘅嘴罵，同埋唔會講到好似香港嘅示威者話，你哋所做嘅事情你哋家人都要付出代價，呢啲咁樣冇人性嘅説話係冇出嚟㗎，呢個就係已經一個好大嘅對比啊！
So I'm sure officers, GBI will say something completely different because they say they're going to be looking at all the video from people that were at that Wendy's, and they're going to be gathering everything as quickly as possible because they say they don't want to, make people wait too long to pass this information on to District Attorney.
And what do we know, Bobeth, about the two officers who were involved?
Well, right now, what we're knowing is that only one officer holds a gun. We don't know if both officers are being terminated, but we were told that one officer would likely be terminated. I know that's what the mayor called for earlier, or if the officer has not already been terminated. So right now, there's just a lot of background history from those officers because their names haven't been released to us yet, so we don't know who they actually are. My understanding is they're trying to
經過
figure
所有
out
嘅旁
who
述
they
都
are.
係
This
一樣
is
嘢，
their
就係
current
覺得
person.
去到呢分鐘嗰個示威嘅人士嘅情緒係陸續高漲嘅。至於佢哋會唔會採取同警方有衝突呢？呢分鐘係好難講啊。
All right, Bobeth.
So I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, stand by, please. We mentioned Vic Reynolds, the director of the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, and I mentioned this because Bobeth talks about the skepticism that the Brooks family and that so many others in the community have.
咁睇落去已經燒到好犀利嘅快餐店，暫時係冇消防員呢進行呢個撲火嘅行動嘅。
And I'm going to quote him here. He said that we realize there is a tremendous amount of emotion and passion involved in these cases. And certainly in the way
中間呢，亦好多
now
旁述呢，就係將呢件事嘅經過呢，係再重複咁樣去分解或者分析。咁到最後都係同一個樣話題，就係警察所採用嘅武力呢一次對呢個黑人係咪需要呢？係咪適當呢？ 呢個就係圍繞住而家呢分鐘大家喺度評論旁述嘅話題。
And this is the site of where the police showed up last night after they got a complaint about someone sleeping in their car and backing up traffic at the drive-through window. Of this Wendy's, you would think that this may be something that police have had
there and even on social media. But let's head back out to the protest where we have about 200 people, according to Yasmina Alston, who can also give us an update as to what has developed in the last few minutes. Yasmina?
Yeah, Brittany, so it almost looks like the crowd grew a little bit more in the last 10 minutes or so. But we're still seeing that dialogue, those conversations between Atlanta police officers and then the protesters who are here. An idea of where we are, we're not far from that Wendy's, and it actually looks like over here some of the officers with the shields have moved up a little bit from where they were. If I'm looking over there, yeah, it looks like they've moved up a little bit. I think that's closer to where Bobeth is. But again, we're seeing that dialogue between officers and protesters out here right now. The majority of people are in this area where we're at now compared to earlier when they were in the intersection not far from here and closer to that Wendy's that we saw with the fire and of course destroyed.
會唔會觸發到去西雅圖已經佔領咗兩條街道作為佢哋自治區嘅示威者，令到佢哋更加激憤去同警方衝突？呢一點亦係喺西雅圖警方擔心緊嘅事情。
Well, we've got a couple over here to my right that do have those gas masks on. as far as
仲有一提咧，就係其實呢次咁反種族歧視嘅遊行示威，已經係伸延到去其他國家㗎啦。尤其是喺加拿大已經有個同類型嘅遊行示威，但係喺英國嘅遊行示威同警察嘅衝突咧係反而係激烈啲嘅。咁而喺澳大利亞亦有同樣嘅事情遊行示威發生嘅。
Earlier Saturday, we heard from the family of Rayshard Brooks, who we now know is a father of 3 young children, one of whom was celebrating a birthday this weekend, one of his 3 daughters. Let's take a listen to some of that sound from earlier Saturday.
I just think for me, the most hurtful thing for me is to watch the video, wake up and watch that video. I got 2 little boys.
剛才咧記者講到呢位被殺嘅黑人咧，本身係有3名嘅3個女嘅。咁當晚咧，佢係曾經好似係參加完其中一個女嘅生日嘅。
It was hard to make out. Honestly, I was just really taken aback by his emotion.
Yeah.
And that's the emotion that we're seeing from so many people, especially in the Black community. In really just the past few weeks, we are getting into hour 3 of our coverage. We have passed 24 hours of protests here in Atlanta. We've been protesting in Atlanta for weeks now. Again, things calmed down, but tonight they have ramped up. And as Jasmine Austin just told us, more protesters have descended upon that intersection just in front of the Wendy's where all of this went down. That's at University Avenue. Look at this woman right here on your screen. Her fist is high in the air. These protesters are not going anywhere, and they weren't going anywhere when we saw them shut down the highway around 9 o'clock today. They shut that highway down for about an hour and a half. So this protest really has just continued to develop throughout the night. As you can see right now, our GDOT camera, the highway is now clear. Traffic is now moving, but that was not the same just a few hours ago as police had to move in, advancing towards protesters in their shields, in their helmets,
左翼嘅勢力咧係將呢個遊行示威擴大嘅，而當然啦，佢哋都係明講到連中國都係有份策劃佢哋呢次美國嘅遊行示威，呢個就係美國政府啊，冇辦法。唔係今時今日先係咁噶啦。
We see some officers walking on that grassy hill right now. Just let's see where they're going. It looks like some protesters are running, but it's hard to tell exactly where they're walking to. We've seen a building caught on fire. So this has just been an unfolding of, they're running right now, of different events. I'm not sure why they're running. Let's go to Bobeth Yates so she can give us a better idea of exactly what's happening. What's going on, Bobeth?
Because they walked across the street. That's how you have the fuck is they on? Scared.
Bobeth, can you hear us?
All right, right now it looks like they're walking towards. Right now it looks like they're walking towards their cars. So it doesn't seem as if they're actually staying out here. And protesters are kind of yelling back and forth, saying, yeah, run, go. So it looks like that they are just leaving, I think, for the day. They've been here probably around the same amount of time as we have been, hours now. So it seems as if either their shift is over or they've been cleared to leave the scene. But protesters don't seem to be going anywhere now. That was just a small group. So I would say around 10 people, probably a little less, have left. On the other side of the street where you're looking right now, you still have highway patrol blocking off the intersection of University, and then there is still a large police presence at that line where protesters are kind of and law enforcement kind of clash, for lack of a better word. Again, it has been peaceful, but they have been going back and forth verbally, yelling back at each other.
其中個畫面咧就係喺呢個被燒嘅 快餐店附近有小批嘅警員咧離開現場嘅。咁至於佢係咪受到命令離開啊，定係佢哋嘅要轉更啦？呢個就唔清楚。咁但係就示威者係冇阻止佢哋離開。咁至於示威者方面咧，亦冇睇落去咧有離開嘅意向啊。所以今晚喺呢度同警方嘅對峙應該會持續一段長嘅時間嘅。
With the protesters, we're trying to make sense of the images that we're seeing on the screen. We saw a number of officers walking away from the scene, walking towards their vehicles, perhaps, as Bobeth was reporting. We don't know why. The speculation was maybe it's a change of shifts, and that could very well be the case, because it seems highly unlikely, Brittany, that the police would cede this area, this neighborhood, to protesters after holding them at bay for so many hours as they have. And we also know, and I wonder, Brittany, if you could talk about this, given your experience on the streets during the protests over the last several weeks, when the police want to move the crowds, they move them. I mean, there really isn't, they know exactly how to do it. So it's, it seems as though, what they're doing now, allowing these protesters to sort of linger, is a decision that someone has made to just let this keep going on. Because if they want to get them out of that area, they certainly know how to do it.
Right, but Rick, you have to remember.
係頭先示威者提到就話剛才有部分警方離開係會唔會想將成個範圍咧封鎖，咁就呢個新聞部問翻記者嘅睇法，咁記者就話：如果通常如果警方要將呢啲人推散或者驅走嘅，警方係有一定嘅方法，但係目前可能咧佢哋收到命令咧，就係話有呢班示威者咧繼續喺呢度盤樹，就唔採出任何嘅行動字嘅。
They still got them to leave that area, but it's unclear if they want them to leave that area right now. I mean, it's 12:32 in the morning. It's hard. 12:32 in the morning right now. And protesters are still going strong, so they are exercising their First Amendment rights. Certainly,
市咧已經去到晚上嘅12:30㗎啦。
25 of protests here in Atlanta over the shooting.
已經係深夜㗎啦。
We're going to go back to Bobeth Yates, who is right in that line between protesters and officers. What does it look like there, Bobeth?
It's just a little chaotic. At one point, they were kind of taunting the officers, saying, "You're about to lose your job," and singing that. But this is just part of the scene. On the other side, it's a lot different, completely peaceful. But there are people, as you see that lady's walking by, burning sage, just kind of clear the energy. And it seems as if this area is probably where that energy needs to be cleared. And in fact, you just seen another person, blatantly just light up a blunt in front of officers and literally just smoking weed. So, it's just a matter of taunting them, I think, at this point. They're just wanting to be disrespectful, just to show that, they're angry. I think it's a matter of saying, hey, I'm angry. I'm not going to put up with it. I don't respect you anymore, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to show you that while I can. But you do see one protester right there trying to calm the scene down. She's the one that's burning sage. She's telling protesters what they're doing is wrong and kind of trying to calm that scene down. So there are some people that are not necessarily trying to
只不過係話喺唔喺6月呢個人大常委會能夠整理好啊，定係最多係多一屆嘅人大常委會8月去通過嘅啫。咁至於最好就係能夠做到漏洞越少越好啦。但係你咁講，每個法律入邊都一定有漏洞嘅，唔理你點樣去做都好。總之都係嗰句，只要個信心係相信中央政府係有能力將呢件事辦好就得㗎啦，撤回就係冇可能嘅事㗎啦。 我自己對中國政壇上發生嘅嘢了解咁耐，就知道中國都話個政府做嘢同西方唔同，西方就簡單將個議案抌俾國會，國會跟住可以將佢反咗佢，跟住第二時呢就再嚟過。咁至於香港面對嘅問題就係話呢條國安法會唔會令到呢個黃絲嗰邊去重新司法覆核呢？我諗呢點中央都會意味到㗎啦，所以一定係會用一個好審慎嘅態度呢去辦呢個涉港國安法草案嘅，都係大家係安心啲等下啦。反正我哋冇能力，亦冇咁嘅本事咧，去能夠作出任何嘅評論。等翻啲專業人士去做翻啲專業嘅事情啦。
Has been fired. We did confirm that with the mayor's office shortly after that press conference at 5:30 earlier this evening. I can also tell you that the secondary officer who was also involved in that shooting last night at Wendy's, he is on administrative duty. So we've had a lot of changes not only in city leadership, but also as far as the status of those two officers as the case is being investigated. It's also worth pointing out that, you know,
到咗今日呢個事情發生，其實所有嘅示威者嘅要求都唔係話要政府求其其咁樣係做一個回應或者一個應承。而係所有示威者咧係希望啊美國呢個尤其是喺法律上同埋呢個警方執法上邊咧真真正正嚟一個重組啊！要將好多以前做事嘅方法咧做一個重大嘅改變，呢個先係佢哋嘅要求。多謝你啊，和平。自己嘅想法啫，唔知啱唔啱。
Atlanta Police the names of the officers. Officer Devin Bronson, who was hired in September of 2018, and Officer Garrett Rolfe, it's R-O-L-F-E, hired in October 24th of 2013. Those are the officers that were involved.
嚟到呢度和平。其實香港而家就係好簡單，係有兩種人嘅啫。一種人呢，就係對中國嘅政制啊、中國嘅做法相唔相信，同埋係一批呢，你點講佢都唔會相信而家中國係步入一個呢相當有民主自由同埋有機會嘅地方，你去都係講信心呢個問題嘅啫。所以如果你理性分析，我都講過，我唔理你邊個人係做呢個執政，最緊要就係你而家執政所做嘅嘢係咪能夠得益大多數嘅人民？政制就係咁啦，冇可能每一樣嘢呢令到個個人都受到惠。當中一定係有啲人呢唔會第一時間受惠，只可以慢慢做，冇可能呢第一次做到最好嘅。呢個情形亦冇可能發生，因為時代改變緊。今日立到嘅法或者個方法，可能過咗一年後又唔用得。只要期望就係國家能夠越做越好，做得更好，咁就已經夠㗎啦。
So when we first got out here for the initial protests that were happening at the intersection, we did have some people tell us, you know, hey, this is going to go late into the night. We saw that happen. Once we saw the damage started,
開講四人幫，肯定係走唔得㗎啦。今朝睇翻少少香港嘅新聞嘅時候都講咗，兩辦對黃之鋒都已經出咗一個定論㗎啦。 呢批人係冇可能係可以逍遙法外，都係時間嘅問題嘅啫。只要大家保持一個清醒，保持一個希望，同埋有返啲正能量去面對將來。因為個正能量除咗喺政治上要用，仲唔好唔記得就係要個正能量面對呢個疫情啊！喺疫情之下，令到有好多人入咗困境嘅，實在太多啊！希望大家唔好忘記呢一點啊
！They will not be able to use the curfew as part of the reasoning behind it, because again, there's no curfew in place tonight. Whether that is the case tomorrow, whether the mayor will put in place a curfew for Sunday night remains to be seen. Bobeth Yates is down among the protesters as she has been. Bobeth, describe the scene for us.
Well, Rick, it's up and down. Right now, it seems like it's calmed down just a bit. Protesters no longer yelling. That young lady that had the stage came back, and right now you just see like a little bit of dialogue. They're talking to one officer, and both sides seem to be a little animated, but the fact that you mentioned earlier, dialogue is always good. It's a conversation. So it seems like
喺旁述嗰度重複過好多次一個比較大家關注喺呢個亞特蘭大嘅嚟緊星期佢哋星期六晚同埋星期日晚就係會唔會市政府咧重新咧使用佢呢個宵禁令嘅？咁因為而家經歷過呢個槍殺事件，睇落去好多群眾已經係比以前冇咁冷靜，所以市政府應該喺呢方面係有一定嘅恐懼嘅。
All right, Bobeth, as we take a look at these scenes, and it's just so reminiscent, Brittany, of what we have been watching over the last couple of weeks. The location is different. This is further downtown, south of downtown, as opposed to right on Centennial Olympic Park Drive in Marietta, where we saw a lot of the other protests sort of centered near the park there. This is a different part of town, and of course, the reason why these protests are taking place there is because this was the scene on Friday night of the death of a 27-year-old black man at the hands of
同新入嚟嘅網友講講係發生咩事先？喺星期，首先呢度係今日係星期日晚，即係星期六晚喺呢個亞特蘭市咧，又有一名黑人咧係被警方咧係開槍射死咗嘅。所以咧喺呢個亞特蘭大嘅市咧，今日就係有呢個大型嘅人數出咗嚟係遊行示威，亦將咧喺命案發生嘅地方一個快餐店咧係縱火焚燒嘅。咁而家所以所有畫面啊，或者係多數畫面咧，都係照着呢個亞特蘭大字嘅。咁至於喺呢個蘇瓦圖已經被佔據咗兩條街，而高呼咗話自己係自治區嘅地方咧，暫時就未有咩事發生。咁喺美國歷史嚟講，呢個都係一個好大嘅轉捩點。如果以前係有咁嘅事情發生，好早已經係俾人清咗場㗎啦。所以睇落去今次警方喺各方面都唔敢咁快咧作出一個行動嘅，包括而家喺畫面見到喺呢個亞特蘭大嘅嗰個被燒嘅快餐店嘅現場咧，有好多人士，起碼數百人咧 喺度聚集，警方都依然係冇採取任何行動咧，將佢哋驅散嘅。咁當地時間去到差唔多深夜1點㗎啦，咁就遊行示威者仲未曾有離開嘅跡象。
Things that we have seen before, but one thing that we have not seen before in the city of Atlanta when it comes to protesting the shooting and killing of black men in our country is a 24-hour protest. Usually protesters go home, they come back maybe in the morning, or they come back around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They descend upon Centennial Olympic Park. But people have been protesting, different groups have been protesting since 12 o'clock Saturday morning, and now it's past 12 o'clock Sunday morning, and we saw really protests all over the city, ultimately ending here in front of that Wendy's that is now just really probably just a frame, if that, charred and burnt from the fire that we saw that was just going for hours there. So this is a different type of protest in that way, Rick, in that this has been going on for so long, which really points to how fed up people are, how tired they are, but not tired enough to go home, because this is something that draws up a lot of emotion, a lot of anger, a lot of grief, and a lot of passion, because so many people that are on the ground there think to themselves, and this is from me being a black person and me also talking to people, this could be their son, this could be their dad, this can be their grandmother, this could be their sister, this could be anyone that they know, and so they're going to stay there, as Mina Alston has told us, for as long as it takes until they get that justice that
提及到呢個示威者一向嘅呢2個星期嘅做法就係通常佢哋會當然啦，白天就舉行個遊行示威，咁至於到咗傍晚咧就係會解散嘅，但係就今日喺呢個亞特蘭大咧。好似咧示威者咧已經當然有好多示威者已經係相當疲倦，但係對於琴晚所發生嘅槍擊事件咧，令到佢哋相當之怒憤，同埋感覺到不平。尤其是好多黑人嘅示威人士覺得而家呢啲咁嘅槍殺案，分分鐘咧可能係會發生喺佢自己身上，或者佢自己親人身上。所以雖然好多示威者已經相當疲倦，但係依然咧能夠燃點咗佢心中嗰團火，令到佢哋咧係繼續支持落去而唔離開嘅。
We're definitely seeing more dialogue between officers and protesters. One of those protesters that was having a heated conversation with officers earlier, they started laughing at some point, and their interaction just kind of lightened up, where earlier they were yelling and cursing at each other, or at least they were yelling and cursing at law enforcement, but now it seems like things have gotten a little bit less hectic. Folks are talking a little bit more, and in the midst of that, we're also seeing a lot of the crowd and protesters that were out here start to make their way back to their homes. So the crowd just seems to be a little bit lighter and gradually getting lighter and lighter. Another thing that I've noticed too is the demographic of the crowd. There have been a lot of younger people here.
係喺上面嘅畫面，大家留意到咧，就係當時呢個黑人俾警方追逐嘅一個短片仔。好快佢就閃過咗。唔同嘅電視台啊，佢而家係重新將呢個片咧係再次顯示嘅。不過喺個畫面其實又唔係太清楚，即係見到咧呢位黑人先生俾呢兩位警察追逐。咁至於細節嘅畫面咧，可能稍後或者嚟緊呢2日咧會再公開嘅。因為而家所有人嘅希望就係呢個事情係盡快有一個資訊，知道咧呢件事嘅發生嘅真實嘅經過嘅。
When it comes to these protesters, who seems to be sort of organizing things?
No, it does not seem like they have an actual protest, like an organizer. I did see one young lady that was burning sage and trying to calm the crowd down, but I don't think she's an organizer. She's just one of those people that just kind of wanted to switch the mood because it was getting a little hectic. So she was standing at some points in between protesters and law enforcement and just kind of talking back, saying, no, calm down, and burning the sage. But as for someone directing everyone out here, no, it's almost like a free-for-all, and people are just, approaching the line of law enforcement and interacting with them as they go. But for the most part, it's just a free-for-all. Again, the conversations have become a lot more civil, less yelling at each other, and a lot more communication.
喺呢批示威人士入邊呢，有部分人呢情緒係激漲，但係有其他嘅示威者呢，亦係嗌佢哋呢盡量保持冷靜。咁就提及到就係話呢次或者今晚呢個人示威有冇後邊大台呢？至於記者嘅觀察就係話，相信所有嚟呢度遊行示威嘅人士呢，都係自願各自而嚟嘅，而係唔覺得呢後邊係有任何邊一個大嘅後台啊，或者係呢個指揮呢係嗌佢哋嚟到呢度遊行示威嘅。
Protesters saying that's not the case and kind of explaining back and forth why. But if you look behind me, beyond this, we're seeing the Bearcat, I think that's what it's called, that was blocking the street is now moving, so they're heading out too. And if you can see a lot of the officers on the highway, you can see them reversing, and they're heading away also. So it seems like more law enforcement officers are leaving the scene. And hopefully, as they leave, the protesters may also leave, but we're seeing them thin out too on this end.
You take a look at the faces of those members of law enforcement, and you have to think about the tumult that the department has been through.
係剛才記者提及到咧，睇落去咧好似咧係警方咧有陸續離開嘅跡象，可能佢哋嘅做法就係話，如果警方離開嘅。呢批遊行示威者可能都會係選擇咧離開，大家可以有個和平嘅解決嘅方法。
Are dealing with the fact that there is going to be a leadership change at the top for them, and what this could possibly mean. And at the same time, as Bobette said, they are acting in the most professional way that you could possibly imagine. I've yet to see any questionable behavior or gestures even on the part of law enforcement there as they continue these conversations with, I guess, a dwindling number of protesters, but still protesters nonetheless as we come up on 8 minutes before 1 o'clock in the morning on Sunday.
係喺呢度再同各位網友買賣告白。本頻道設立咗呢個 WhatsApp 啊、IG 啊同埋呢個 email 咧，就希望多啲網友能夠同我正面溝通、傾下偈，同埋將閣下嘅想法或者有見解，想同人分享啊，或者喺將來我嘅直播上邊咧係參與討論嘅。咁如果加咗入嚟之後呢，首先因為我自己唔曉寫中文，所以就希望經過交談大家去溝通嘅。咁將來如果再想認識多啲同自己係意見一樣嘅人去作網上嘅交流，咁就會喺個群組出現㗎啦。咁至於有其他嘅提議啊，或者係意見啊，都希望大家踴躍咧係提出俾我嘅，希望能夠做得好啲。咁下個星期二起咧，夜晚10點半咧就會作第一次嘅晚上唔關於呢個遊行示威 直播，而係一個討論直播。到時就會請一啲網友咧上嚟一齊參加嘅。咁跟住咧陸續之後咧就會有其他嘅片咧係上 YouTube 㗎啦。因為喺直播嘅時候好難咧深入去討論一個話題，就希望借着咁樣嘅方法咧能夠再去將香港而家面對嘅社會問題咧，同大家溝通嘅。多謝大家。係米奇王子，你好。
On the left side of your screen, though, you're still seeing protesters face to face with Atlanta police officers. Their shields are still up, their helmets are still on, and they're still having that dialogue.
米奇王子，可能你啱嘅。點可以和平？其實呢個世界從來未和平過，呢個係離我哋遠啊定近嘅啫。呢個世界和平呢個口號係相當之偉大，相當之好聽，但係由人類歷史到而家，根本有冇呢個真正嘅和平過呢
？With officers in the community. We are approaching 1 o'clock in the morning. And just to let you know, we have come a very, very long way with these protests. We've been covering them since the sun was up, really, since early this morning. Speaking to the Brooks family, we moved on to protests at Centennial Olympic Park. We moved on to protests here in front of the Wendy's. We had a press conference with Vic Reynolds with the GBI today where he talked about the investigation and the latest in the investigation, also asking for people to be patient with him as he continues to go through all of the nuts and bolts. And after that is done, he did say that he would do it quickly and then hand those that information over to the district attorney's office so that they can handle it. We do know Paul Howard also announcing today that they're also doing their own investigation, and he tweeted out earlier today that his own investigators were on the scene shortly after this happened. Remember, CBS 46 cameras were also there. We were the first news station on the scene shortly after 12 a.m. on Saturday, documenting what was happening, and that's when we saw the first protesters, our photojournalist, Aon Nettles, saying that maybe 100 protesters were there or so for that first protest shortly after Mr. Brooks was shot and killed by the Atlanta police officer. So it's just been a very long day, and it doesn't look like it's letting up any time soon. Who knows what the rest of the weekend will hold as we continue to wait to air that body cam video from this incident, Rick.
Yeah, that will be interesting to watch, especially now that we've seen
暫時到而家都係講啦，主要嘅鏡頭啊，或者大家關心嘅就係而家暫時仲喺嗰個被燒嘅快餐店嘅附近嘅聚集嘅人士同警方喺度對峙緊嘅局面。咁講咗啦，警方暫時係冇採取任何行動，只不過係唔俾佢哋繼續向現場前進。有消息所講咧，警方咧可能係陸續去離開，就希望咧就係當警方離開嘅時候，示威者都自然離開現場嘅。
We'll get that video back up for you. And again, this is going to be an investigation. GBI will be in the lead. That is typically the case when there are officer-involved shootings. But obviously here we have one that comes amid heightened tensions around the city, where there has been a lot of anger, a lot of emotion on the part of protesters and people all over when it comes to justice and equality for members of the minority community when it comes to their altercations or their interactions with law enforcement. Let's take a listen to Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, who spoke earlier on Saturday. She talked about the resignation of the police chief, Erica Shields. These were her words from Saturday afternoon.
While there may be debate as to whether this was an appropriate use of deadly force, I firmly believe that there is a clear distinction between what you can do and what you should do.
And so there was the mayor denouncing the actions of the police officers involved. And that on the left we saw very briefly was former police chief Erica Shields, who only a couple of weeks ago was receiving so many so much praise because of the way that she went out into the crowds and talk directly to the protesters and listen to their complaints.
We're going to head to Yasmina Alston. She has some activity on the ground. Yasmina?
Yeah, Brittany, we're seeing some heated exchanges here on the line.
咁今晚喺美國所有嘅傳媒都係討論緊一個問題，就係警方喺呢個事情之下係咪有採用適當嘅武力呢？定係武力係過分咗？發生嘅嚴重性係咪警方係要即時採用呢個採用呢個致命嘅武器呢？呢一點就係而家喺美國多數人係喺度討論緊嘅問題。至於被燒嘅快餐店已經係就快燒成炭灰㗎啦，而呢個消防呢係冇採取任何救火嘅行動嘅。
Pretty clear as that car came through and did those donuts briefly and then took off again. So we're not really sure where that car came from, but that sort of got everyone's attention for a minute and then brought everyone back over to what you're looking at now.
Well, and you can hear it in their voices, and we have heard it in their voices for weeks and weeks now, and those voices cry out loud tonight. 咁美國時間而家已經去到深夜㗎啦，尤其是喺呢個奧德曼大呢個城市入邊已經係深夜1點㗎啦。咁其他嘅地方呢，就係已經冇咩人聚集㗎啦，唯一聚集點就係而家被燃燒緊嘅快餐店，亦係當晚嘅發生命案嘅地方。
Well, right now we're walking, and you see protesters seem to be walking onto the highway on 75. I'm going to get out of the way so you can see it. But they literally said they couldn't get on the other side, and all of the officers moved on this side. So now they're heading onto the entrance ramp of 75, and they seem to be walking there. Now, I don't know if once they get to the top of this hill, if they will be met by law enforcement, but the cars that were
而家所發生嘅事情呢，就係警方係唔俾佢推進，但係有啲示威者呢，就開始呢向佢高處嘅高速公路呢係爬去嘅。咁如果佢哋想上去譬如高速公路呢度係堵路，而警方會唔會採取行動呢？就而家就睇下警方點樣處理啦。
Goes forward to get onto the exit ramp of 75.
Bobette, it looks like I see a flashlight up there. Is that police up at the top of that ramp?
I didn't make it all the way up yet, but it doesn't seem to because it's not red and blue lights. It looks like white lights. So I'm assuming it is not law enforcement, and it is just one of the protesters shining a light.
Can you give us a shot of what officers are doing right now as these people walk onto the ramp? Are they next to you, that line of officers?
No, officers aren't doing anything. They're completely on the other side of the street. We're going to turn around.
咁有啲示威者呢已經行上高速公路㗎啦。咁至於呢個高速公路嘅上落口呢，已經係被示威者呢係佔據咗。咁目前呢，就警方呢都係未有採取任何嘅行動。咁當然啦，嗰邊時間已經係晚上嘅1點，所以應該來往嘅車輛呢都係唔會有咁多嘅。
Protesters continue to make their way up this hill onto the exit ramp of 75. There's a group right now running down. You see them running down.
但係通常嚟講呢，警方係唔會容許呢示威者呢係佔據呢個公路嘅。
How many people would you say are making their way into the highway right now?
I would say upwards of 50.
Okay, so it's 104. We have 50 people going onto the highway.
Yeah, so there's about 50 people going on. and we saw like maybe 5 or so run for some reason, but it doesn't seem that the good majority of these people are coming back down.
All right, well, it does make sense perhaps that there could be law enforcement up at the top of that hill to keep the protesters from getting onto the highway, not wanting to have them shut the highway down, and that's what happened earlier in the evening on Saturday. And just sort of going through social media, Brittany, as we take a look, people driving and doing donuts there.
咁睇翻現場就係警方一度咧係阻止呢個示威者咧係上或者落去呢個超級公路嘅入口咧係唔俾啲示威者咧係堵塞呢個公路嘅。
Of the difficulties of the minority community here in Atlanta. And I must say that I'm not as well read on this as I should be, and as I will be once I get to do more research. But there is at least some interesting tidbits that I'm finding that this connector is, has sort of always been a sore point, mainly because of the way that it's has divided these communities.
應該呢個行為就係今晚示威者作出最後一個向警方挑釁嘅行為動作㗎啦。
Which is not a good thing. Just when we thought that things might be beginning to calm down, there is another fire, and we don't know exactly what it is that's been set alight.
And Rick, I don't mean to interrupt you. We need to go to Yasmina Alston, who is also on the ground, can give us a different perspective as to what's happening. Yasmina?
Yeah, so a lot happening again, water bottles being thrown again. And then if you look over here, it looks like behind this gas station near where that Wendy's is, we're seeing another fire. I'm not sure exactly what's on fire, but you can see the flames there that we're showing now. Yes, you can see those flames. And that same car that we told you about came back into the same intersection and did the donuts here again, which of course got a lot of attention.
記者啱啱講到咧喺呢個現場咧，好似又有第二個火頭升起嘅。
And it looks like a lot of people are going down to where that fire is. So we'll work to figure out what's on fire down there. But you can see the flames. So another fire that we're seeing here tonight.
暫時仲唔知咧被燃燒嘅係咩物品啊？
It's a little hard for us to get a sense of how close it is to the gas station there. Here are people running back down that ramp where Bobeth was a moment ago. But we want to make sure that the fire that we're seeing is not too close to those gas stations.
Yeah, so this one doesn't look to be as close as the Wendy's was to that BP gas station. But again, you've got several gas stations at this intersection and two in particular right in front of where I'm seeing those flames. So the question is just what exactly is on fire. And like you said, just how close to those gas stations is that fire. But
同埋值得一提嘅就係喺呢個現場咧係有一個油站嘅，所以如果係有咩大型嘅焚燒啊或者火種咧，係燒到去呢個油站嘅造成嘅傷害應該都會好大嘅。
That was something that they were keeping an eye on because obviously if any of those gas stations were to have a fire, things would escalate, things would become much more serious very quickly. This is the scene there as yet another fire.
通常都一樣㗎啦，就算香港都係一到入夜而唔肯離開嘅，都係比較一啲核心嘅示威人士嚟㗎啦。咁通常到最後都係少數人咧會出嚟咧係作出呢個破壞嘅行為。
That Wendy's there earlier today before that Wendy's fire was set and that entire building was engulfed in flames. And now we have this little fire here. Bobeth Yates, what can you tell us in terms of what's happened in the last few minutes?
Well, the group that actually ran up to the ramp on the exit ramp of 75, they ran back down. They were met by law enforcement whose lights are now on. And they've definitely deployed what it seems to be like some sort of flash bomb or maybe tear gas because the group came running very quickly back down. Now, on the other side,
係剛才記者就話，當有些人士咧想喺呢個上去呢個超級公路嘅進出口嘅時候咧，係俾上邊嘅防暴警察咧係驅落嚟，當中可能係有使用過呢個煙霧彈啊，或者其他嘅武器咧，就使跑上去嘅人咧又向翻下邊跑翻落嚟嘅。
Are officers making their way down, or are those protesters?
All protesters. It does. Oh, actually, that's not. It does seem like officers are walking them back down. You can see a group of officers bringing them down. A lot of these officers were lining the bridge right over 75 on University. But now those officers have come down and they're kind of created a line similar to what we were seeing all morning on the other side, or I should all evening.
And how are protesters responding to those officers? You know, we were questioning whether those officers were at the top of the on-ramp. Turns out they were. They're coming down right now, advancing towards those people that were trying to get on the highway. Again, how are they responding to officers moving towards them?
Not violently. They've been similar to what you've heard before, just, yelling, saying that, they're upset and yelling Black Lives Matter. But for the most part, they've been overall civil. At one point when they started coming down, they seemed afraid and they started yelling and
係喺度值得一提嘅。頭先記者講就當呢啲示威人士想向呢個超級公路進發嘅時候，上邊已經有批警員咧喺上邊守候，然之後咧將佢哋慢慢咧係推返落嚟呢個上落口位㗎啦。咁喺整個行動方面嚟講咧，暫時警方咧都係屬於斯文嘅。
Come this far because we've had several hours of coverage at this point. We've had more than 24 hours of protests here in the city of Atlanta. We still have news crews on the scene. We still have protesters going strong as this protest goes strong. We just had another fire set not too long ago. Remember, we had the Wendy's that was just really taken over by flames, which has now been torched and charred and scorched as well. And then we also had several fires, smaller fires around that building, that restaurant that have been set throughout the entire night. And this is right next to several gas stations, Rick, and that was a major concern for Atlanta Fire Rescue earlier tonight.
Well, can you imagine? I mean, if one of these fires were to spread to a gas station and there were to be some type of
咁剛才亦提到咧，就係喺呢個示威現場嘅周圍咧，都有幾個細嘅火咧係燃燒過嘅。因為喺呢個位置咧就係上邊係一個超級公路嘅落上口，喺附近咧係好多呢個油站嘅。所以警方啊或者消防咧係對呢件事係相當擔心，因為一個唔好彩咧，如果係是但一個加油站着火嘅咧，個後果係會令到相當嚴重嘅。
After so many hours of protests, but there is no curfew, and so there is really no law or rule in place that police are able to enforce right now to say it's time to go home. As long as these people are protesting peacefully, even at after 1 a.m. and they're not breaking any laws, and so the police are
提到呢分鐘咧，就係講話警方咧暫時咧係冇咩理由咧可以將啲示威者驅散，因為喺呢個城市入邊咧暫時係冇呢個宵禁令即係唔可以拘捕佢哋，所以警方目前到而家只一個係據守一啲重要嘅位置，唔俾呢啲示威人士咧係衝上去呢個高速公路嘅。
Involved in the deadly shooting of Rayshard Brooks, Devin Bronson on the left-hand side of your screen, and relatively new officer who only joined the force back in 2018. Garrett Rolfe on the right-hand side of your screen, the officer who has been fired. Officer Bronson has been put on administrative duty. Officer Rolfe has actually been fired from the force We presume because it was his weapon that fired the fatal shots.
至於喺除咗呢個遊行示威，暫時我能夠收到嘅畫面就係喺呢個牛斯丁啊同埋波特蘭市咧，都係仲係有啲遊行示威進行嘅。咁至於大城市啊，好似呢個華盛頓啊、紐約啊，係冇啲事情發生嘅，暫時冇咩遊行示威嘅。
When Mr. Brooks tried to question why he was being arrested, and there was a scuffle that eventually led to Rayshard Brooks getting his hands on the taser. 我哋今晚喺呢個亞特蘭大市入邊啦嚇，示威者嗰個韌力係相當之大，個決心相當之大啊，係冇要散開離開嘅跡象啊，暫時。 Officer Rolfe discharge his weapon and fire at Rayshard Brooks, killing him in the parking lot of that Wendy's restaurant.
And we're still working to bring you that body cam video live on air. In the meantime, though, you can watch it on our CBS 46 YouTube page. We do have the other video that you see on the left-hand side of your screen. This is witness video, and we also have the surveillance video that was released by the Georgia Department of
喺度提及咧，就話好似當晚呢兩位警員咧身上咧係有呢個錄像機嘅。咁至於錄像機嘅畫面咧，仲未曾係宣出播放出嚟。呢個係喺旁邊有人錄到個事發嘅經過咧，係陸續咧係有呢個影片咧喺呢個社交媒體出現嘅。咁至於警方嗰個身上嘅錄影像嘅畫面幾時能夠公佈咧？咁就好多人就希望警方方面或者市政府方面盡快咧喺將呢個事實公開出嚟嘅。
Were also out at the scene last night, or Friday night, I should say, when this first happened, doing their own investigation. But this is just
經歷咗幾日平靜估唔到今晚真係有一個美麗嘅風景線出咗出嚟。咁至於香港星期一啦，但係就係美國嘅星期日晚。咁而家好多人咧就係擔心緊就係佢哋嘅星期日嗰日嘅遊行示威又會變成點呢？會唔會出嚟嘅人數只會再繼續增加呢？或者係有啲示威者嘅情緒係控制唔到，就喺呢個亞特蘭市咧，亞特蘭大嘅市政府會唔會再採用呢個禁制令嚟控制呢個人喺街上嘅活動？暫時仲未清楚嘅。
There was a story that our colleague Jamie Kennedy broke around that time that the officers from other jurisdictions who had come to Atlanta to help out with the protest no longer wanted to offer assistance because they were afraid that they might conduct themselves in a way that would lead to them being charged with some kind of a crime. But you're right. Those are the questions that need to be answered. And this is the very beginning of that investigation. So we'll see exactly what happens, Britt.
All right, so let's go back to the ground now where we've had our team of reporters all day. Bobeth Yates, Yasmina Alston also there. We're going to head to Bobeth Yates first for another update as to what is going on. Where you are, Bobeth?
Well, right now, we've just moved out to the very center of the line. You can see that protesters are now once again kind of clashing with law enforcement. Earlier, this entire line kind of thinned out, and you could see officers very clearly. It was only like a few, but now they're back at it. They're yelling. They're confronting officers, and it just seems like, again, it has become heated again. So it's like it dies down, gets back heated, dies down, gets back heated. But again, the crowd is still thinning out. There's still a lot of people out here, but it was nothing
剛才記者
compared to
提
what
及
it
就係
was
喺現場
maybe
咧，
30 minutes ago,
喺某個程之下咧，好似係靜落嚟，跟住咧又有一批新嘅人咧向呢個警察嗰方面咧係高聲呼叫嘅。咁一當呼叫聲響起嘅時候，就個混亂嘅情形咧就好似重現。咁成晚就係咁啦，一段時間個氣氛緊張，跟住一段時間就停落嚟。咁最難或者係去到呢分鐘依然覺得係呢度會有事情發生，因為仲依然係有數百名以上嘅示威人士咧係喺度係冇離開嘅。咁警方方面應該最大嘅顧慮就係怕呢批人士咧再走上呢個超級公路咧進行呢個堵塞嘅。
Still selling items, and they have been open through this entire thing. So we're definitely seeing, one of the reasons that people are able to keep out. So, and protesters are definitely get a little bit high, a little bit more heated than they were earlier. But it's kind of a mixed bag because one moment they're up, one moment they're down.
All right, Bobeth.
So we're definitely seeing a lot.
Okay, stand by if you would. We want to get to this body cam video that we've been telling you about that we have just been able to turn around and get on the air. This is the body cam video from Officer Rolfe.
所以講趁政棍就係政棍啦，你仲諗佢哋會做啲咩嘢啊？除咗去騙之外，抹黑國安法就係理所當然㗎啦。有時睇到太多呢啲咁嘅新聞啊，或者太多啲報導，有時搞到我自己都係有時個心情有起落。不過都希望盡量咧保持自己清醒，唔同佢哋諗太多。都講啦，好人做好事天公地道，壞人做壞事就理想當然。咁講明都係政棍，咁唔呃下人，佢有咩好做咧？
Evidently falling off of the officer and then just sort of shooting straight up.
All right, so we're going to watch the video. Again, this is from Officer Rolfe's camera. This is the officer that was fired today from the Atlanta Police Department. We're just going to continue to watch it live right now. This is Rashard Brooks. You see him standing here talking to officers. We'll let you listen to the audio.
I think you've had too much to drink to be driving. So put your hands behind your back for me.
係，大家留意有出聲嘅地方，呢個就係當時嘅畫面，警方點樣拘捕呢位先生嘅。
From there, that's when the other videos that we've been watching all day, the cell phone video and the
鏡頭係嚟於其中一個警察身上嘅錄影機嘅。
that we are downloading to really give us a full picture of what unfolded in those few minutes in the Wendy's parking lot where Rashard Brooks was shot and killed. This is a live picture right now. Protesters are still face to face with officers. Officers have not moved. Protesters have not moved. I'm going to have to ask our field crews on the ground if Georgia State Patrol is still there. We do know they were providing some assistance and backup earlier today, but we have to see the status of those officers now that the crowds have thinned out. But these protesters are not budging. The question is, how long will they stay out there? Will we see any more fires? Will they try to go back on the on-ramp to get back on the highway? We've seen all those things in the past maybe 30 minutes or so, and things that we didn't think that we would see again. So, this is still a very unpredictable situation. Things have taken different turns throughout the past.
咁去到而家都一樣啦，依然仲係有一大批人士咧，示威者係同警方對峙嘅。咁個氣氛就係有時平靜，有時高漲，咁就係陸續咁樣發生。但係你話示威者會離開，暫時就係冇咁嘅跡象。
We have not seen that. We haven't seen any physical altercations or clashes with officers and protesters, and that is definitely something that we're happy about.
I think we have to talk about the tape, though. This is the the body cam tape that we've just been able to turn around to show you, and we're going to get some more for you as well. What we see here, though, is very instructive, I think, and I am not a trained police investigator, but it does certainly appear as though the officers who were involved in the altercation with Rayshard Brooks seem to be conducting themselves in a professional manner. There was certainly nothing that stood out from when they asked him to step away from his vehicle, to when they gave him the field sobriety test, which we saw, to the questioning about what he had to drink, and then the explanation. As we take a look, this is more video now, and you can see that officer there in the picture that we're looking at is Officer Devin Bronson. And you can see his face right there.
Do we have audio for this video that we can play? Okay. Okay.
So it was while they were trying to cuff him.
嗱，大家而家留意就係喺下邊個畫面咧，就係警方係拘捕或者係呢個槍殺嘅時候嘅發生嘅 body cam 身上錄像嘅畫面。咁啊，睇下佢呢次可唔可以完全將佢播放出嚟，大家留意下啦。
The issue, though, that the family attorney has brought up is that when Brooks ran away with the taser, with apparently what seemed to be a taser, and turned around and pointed it at the officers, according to police, is that he was shot then. And they are asking why those shots were fired, being that the taser is not a lethal weapon. But we are learning exactly what led up to that incident. You can see Brooks in the car there. These is moments before he was shot and killed in the parking lot of the Wendy's. We hear officers ask him, if he's had any drinks tonight, how many drinks he's had. He's like, I really don't know. We saw him take that sobriety test.
So how did this car get here?
Here's some audio here.
I mean, it was here before I came. Like, this is my car. It's a rental car, my sister. But, I mean, like I told her, I came here, I met her here.
Okay.
From the beginning, and she picked me up. And, I mean, we went out.
So you met her here at the Wendy's?
Yes.
And then you went out with her?
Yes.
And then she came and dropped
back
you off?
Here.
Okay.
And, I mean, like I told her, I'm going to say, hey, babe, I just want a burger or I want fries. She said, hey, no problem. I'll take you there.
All right.
You get your fries and you come back to the hotel.
Okay.
No
so
problem.
The reason why we're here is because somebody called 911 because you were asleep behind the wheel while you're in the drive-thru, right? You recall that?
I don't.
You don't recall that? You don't recall just minutes ago where you were passed out behind the wheel in the drive-thru? You don't recall that at all?
Absolutely.
Just complete blur.
I wasn't driving. Like I said, I just drank. My girlfriend, she probably was sleeping, but like I said, babe, I want French fries.
So far as I'm aware, you're the only person that's been seen in this vehicle, right?
Yeah.
And you've been in the driver's seat the whole time. So how did the car get into the drive-thru line?
係，大家睇到下邊有嗰個紅色寫住 Breaking News 嘅個放出嘅畫面，就係當時警方點樣截停呢個黑人，然之後作出調查。至於佢會唔會放到最後點樣係開槍咧？呢個我就未知道字。
Your car was parked where?
Here.
Okay. So how did your car get from here to the drive-thru line?
I never moved.
So how did it get there?
It never did get there. I told you I was in her car.
Well, we've got a 911 call of people reporting a guy passed out behind the wheel in the line. This officer gets here and sees you. Everything's on camera. Sees you in the line.
Here in the line.
In the line.
I wasn't in the line. Did I pull you over in the line?
Well, you
up. You had to wake up, man.
You didn't pull him
right
over.
Here?
No, it was here. I had to wake you up.
Well, look.
Then went back to sleep and I had to wake up again.
Like I said, I'm sorry if Your Honor, I just got something to eat. I went to visit my mother's gravesite. I'm not causing any problems.
Well, we got to make sure that you're safe to operate a vehicle. Now, do you know where you are?
Yeah, absolutely.
Where
I'm
are
in
you?
Forest Park, Old Dixie Highway.
Old Dixie Highway in
The
Forest Park?
Home Lodge is there, right here.
Right.
Subway.
A Subway, okay.
So it's a Subway right here. I'm cool. Like I said, I could.
So you think that you're in Forest Park right now?
I'm on Old Dixie Highway, Clayton County.
Right. No, you're not.
Well, Forest Park, Georgia.
No.
Jonesboro, Georgia.
No. And try again.
I have to. I mean, like I said, I'm on Old Dixie Highway.
Nope.
I'm not on Old Dixie Highway.
Nope. Quite a ways away from it.
Huh? This is a bridge is here.
Nope, no bridge.
No, I'm saying Old Dixie Highway.
You're not near Old Dixie Highway.
I'm not.
You're not even in
而
Clayton
家
County.
大家睇到個聲音咧係嚟自當時兩位警察咧點樣盤問當時被殺嘅黑人嘅片段嚟
How much
嘅。
have you had to drink today?
I drank early.
Okay. How much have you had to drink?
That's when I had one drink.
You're not being honest with me. How much did you have to
I
drink?
had one drink.
Be honest with me. Over the course of the entire evening, from the time you started drinking until your very last drink, how many drinks did you consume?
I had one drink.
What kind of drink was it?
A margarita.
Okay. How big was the margarita?
It was just a small cup.
A small cup.
Yes,
All
sir.
Have you taken any medication today?
No, sir.
Any drugs of any kind?
No,
Marijuana, cocaine, nothing like that?
No, sir.
Do you have any medical conditions, physical defects? Hold on, let me finish. Do you have any medical conditions, physical defects, or injuries that would affect your ability to walk, balance,
sir.
or operate a vehicle safely?
I'm okay.
Nothing whatsoever.
No, sir.
No issues I need to know about.
No, sir.
All right. Could you just take your hat off for me? Just leave it in your car for me. You just leave it in your car. Can you step out with me, please?
Yes, sir.
Just walk back here. Do you have any weapons on you or anything like that?
I don't have anything on me.
Is it okay if I pat you down? Just make sure.
I have just money, gas, and that was it.
Is it okay if I pat you down to make sure you don't have any weapons?
Absolutely.
All right, can you just turn around, face away from me real quick? What is this? Is it just a bunch of money in your pocket?
No, it's just my wallet.
What's all this?
It's your money.
How much money do you have in your pocket?
I mean, maybe a couple $100.
Okay. Just like a bunch of ones and stuff. Here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just walk over here with me, please.
This is Wendy's.
Yes, this is Wendy's.
Yes, I do remember.
I mean, you can see the sign, right?
Absolutely.
All right.
I just came to get something to
Hey,
eat.
you mind just putting your phone on the trunk of your car? I don't want you to have anything in your hands.
All right.
All right, so no medical conditions, no injuries, no physical defects. Are you
希
comfortable
望
walking
大
in
家
these
仲
shoes?
繼續係留意緊有出聲嗰個畫面嚇，就係由警察開始盤問呢個黑人死者，至到佢被開槍嘅畫面嚟嘅。
Are you comfortable walking in the shoes?
I mean, they are comfortable, but
I'd just like to do some field sobriety tests, and if you'd prefer, you can keep them on. If you're more comfortable with it, you can take them off.
I hadn't been, like I said, I hadn't been operating this vehicle.
Yeah, you have. All right, so.
You know, so she came here. I got in the car. She parked. I have no problem. Like I said, I was just trying to get me something to eat.
Okay.
And go back to my hotel.
All right. Well, I mean, we have a police officer that actually personally witnessed you operating the vehicle, so we know you're operating the vehicle. All right. But are you comfortable walking in the shoes?
All right, so you're watching just one of the videos that we just got into our newsroom. This is body cam video from one of the officers who responded to the 911 call of Rayshard Brooks in the parking lot of a Wendy's off of University Avenue. You can watch the full body cam video with audio on our CBS 46 YouTube page. But what we just saw, we saw this from the very beginning, officers approaching Rayshard Brooks and him having a conversation with officers. They, ask him repeatedly, do you know where you are? He says that he believes he's in Forest Park. He says Jonesboro. He says Clayton County. And officers tell him, no, you're in Atlanta. And what you're watching right now is that tussle between officers and Brooks that was reported by GBI. But just to give you another recap of the video, so they were talking for a pretty long time, Rick. They were going back and forth. I think they even laughed at some point. making jokes, and he was trying to explain. Brooks was trying to explain that his girlfriend had dropped him off in a black car, a black Volvo, dropping him off at the car. Officer said, "No, we got a 911 call that you were actually asleep in the drive-thru of that Wendy's," and he had no recollection of that at all.
Well, it's just very sad to watch, knowing that these are the final moments of this young man's life. Knowing that the officer whose voice we hear asking the questions is moments away from firing his weapon.
剛才大家睇到嘅畫面就係當呢位黑人先生俾警方盤問懷疑佢係醉酒揸車。其實整個過程由開始咧就係完全冇咩特別嘅，之後去到最後警方想拘捕佢嘅時候，佢的確係有呢個反抗，而令到警方咧就係要採取行動。咁就當然啦，就係開咗一槍或者開咗槍，咁就令到佢係咁就身亡嘅。咁至於中間點樣為之錯與對，有啲事情咧呢分鐘都唔係好清楚，就係咁啦。人嘅性命1秒鐘你就係生存緊，1秒鐘後你就係離開呢個世上。所以任何生命嘅損失都唔係一件好事。咁佢嘅一死就令到而家美國呢個種族歧視嗰個距離拉得更加遠啊，令到原本過咗差不多2個星期多嘅遊行示威更加激烈起嚟，所以呢一點係對呢個社會冇乜好處。至於你話美國政府或者美國警察做嘅事情錯與對，我自己站喺華人嘅方面嚟睇，我當然啦，我係唔會鍾意美國政府噶啦。至於你話每一件事情應該咧係分開嚟睇嘅。至於你話美國係有冇種族歧視嘅，咁如果係冇嘅，就唔會有咁多人出嚟遊行示威啦。咁即係呢個已經證明咗呢個係事實嚟㗎啦。咁暫時都係一樣啦，喺呢個亞特蘭大嘅遊行示威暫時係冇停止嘅跡象。我都講啦，其實美國就快去到就算西岸都好，已經係深夜㗎啦。
How many police and law enforcement do you see right now? Just sort of set the scene with how many protesters you see and what police are doing. The images are kind of dark as we get into the early hours of the morning.
我相信站喺警方或者政府嗰方面，今日採取嘅措施都係唔想將呢件事變得更加壞嘅。亦加上喺遊行示威嘅亞特蘭大咧係冇呢個宵禁令，所以如果遊行示威者係選擇唔離開嘅，警方都係暫時未有咩理由咧將佢哋驅散。
Yes, Mina?
You did. Yeah. So, yep, there's one. Oh, that looked like it.
Can you turn the camera to the left a little bit?
Can you turn the camera to left a little bit, where the fireworks are? Yeah, so we've been seeing this throughout the night, really, those fireworks being thrown, which always catches everybody off guard. But yeah, we did just see someone throw a firework over there. Hopefully everyone made it out of the way.
而今晚好多大嘅傳媒都繼續有直播，所以應該好多人相信今晚應該係會有啲事情發生嘅。
So from what I'm seeing, it looks like a new group of people from what we saw originally this afternoon when we saw the protests and interviewed one family to the groups that we're seeing now. I think a lot of people are coming and going as the night goes on.
Well, it's interesting that there might be some new pockets of protesters arriving at the scene, just as law enforcement seems to be moving in the opposite direction and sort of leaving this space open. There still is law enforcement. I think, you know, I think we all think about the protests of the last several weeks, and a couple of major differences. First of all, we know that
其他另外仲有一個畫面咧係呢個 Portland 嘅，係 Portland。咁睇落去有啲示威者咧係破壞緊一啲公物。
And then we also saw the Georgia National Guard that was brought in as a result of an executive order declared by Governor Brian Kemp that allowed members of the Georgia National Guard to actually assist in law enforcement. Assist with law enforcement to get those streets cleared during protests.
而喺呢個牛斯丁德薩斯州咧，係仲有啲示威者係喺街上未離開。
And so that's why you see sort of these stragglers that are just, you know, milling about.
反而喺西雅圖俾示威者佔據咗嘅兩條街上邊咧，入邊咧仲係寧靜嘅，係冇咩特別事情發生。
On night one, you know, in downtown Atlanta, we had no curfew and no National Guard, and then that changed by night two. What you're seeing on your screen now, left side is our live image, right side is another look at the body cam video that we got a few hours ago, and we just aired online, and it's on our social media as well, so you can watch it in full. But this shows the moments that led to Mr. Brooks's death. This is where that struggle happens right now, and the body camera, we believe, according to Vic Reynolds, actually fell off during the altercation. It looks like right now, though, we need to go to our live images. It looks like something is being thrown.
Looks like they're breaking some windows.
Yeah, Yasmina, can you tell us what's happening?
Yeah, Brittany, so literally within the last couple of minutes, someone started throwing something through the gas station, that to-go store there, and the entire group went over and they're breaking those windows. Everyone's running over, you can see that now. They were all over at the liquor store and have now moved across the street to what you're looking at now. So they are in fact breaking the windows to this business.
Do you know what kind of business it is and where is it in relation to the Wendy's?
It looks like the convenience store for the gas station. It's called a to-go store. Now everyone's running back this way. I'm not sure what happened over there, but it is a convenience type store, and it's right next to the Wendy's. So we see that gas station, and then we've got the Wendy's over there.
And that does look like we see some smoke there. I'm not sure if you can see it from your vantage point, but it looks like it could be some kind of a smoke bomb from the police.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but whatever it was, it made everyone run back over this way.
係剛才喺呢個亞特蘭大頭先起火嘅地方咧，有啲示威人士或者可以講暴徒㗎啦，開始破壞附近嘅一啲商店，咁睇落去咧，警方咧係開始放出呢個催淚煙㗎啦。
There's only a handful of protesters that are standing alongside this line of officers. They have all moved over towards Yasmina, where that to-go store is. And right now, it does seem as if that was some sort of pepper spray or something that has been launched. And fire crews and it seems to be police officers 睇落嚟咧，警方係有採取行動咧，將啲人驅散。咁一輪嘅催淚煙咧已經發咗出嚟㗎啦。 Surprisingly, the officers here did not move. They did not try to follow the crowd. They kind of stood their ground at this entrance to 75. And now you can see the group starting to come back up. Many of them were hit with tear gas, and you know they're covering their face, covering their eyes, and they're running away. I think at this point they're not even coming back to this area. They're running past me and walking down the street, leaving. So I think that's what it took to get them to kind of move. because you can see now, look, they're going past where the crowd is and making their way on the other side of the bridge.
今晚成個遊行示威，尤其是喺呢個亞特蘭大出現過幾次嘅美麗風景線㗎啦，有縱火，而家又嚟到有催淚煙。咁至於警方呢，冇繼續向前推進嘅意向，只不過係向前邊聚集或者想破壞商店嘅人呢，嗰個方向呢係施放咗呢個催淚煙嘅。
Well, we were wondering when this would happen, and I guess this is it. Police deciding at 1:44 or thereabouts on a Sunday morning that it was time, that they were no longer going to allow the protesters out. And certainly not when they began to throw rocks and other items at that storefront. As long as they were protesting peacefully, it didn't seem like the police had any problem with that. But as soon as they began to destroy private property, really within
頭先記者都係強調翻就當示威者開始係破壞呢個鄰近嘅商店咧，警方就即刻第一時間採取行動咧，係向呢個示威人士咧放呢個催淚煙，同埋而家咧開始咧就係將現場嘅人士咧係趕離呢個示威嘅集會嘅區地。
Sounds awful to have to breathe this stuff in.
It is, and you can see just by the visual evidence that you're watching on your screen right now, the protests that we saw, the hundreds of people that were standing face to face with officers is no more. That crowd has dispersed. It looks like on the right side we're walking with protesters as they walk away from wherever that gas was deployed. And we heard even our own reporter just talking. The thing is now, what usually happens, Rick, from looking at protests in the past couple weeks, is that crowds disperse, but then they come back or they relocate somewhere else. So now it's a matter of
至於佢哋會唔會去到另一個點再聚集呢？咁就暫時未知啦。有記者咧就係跟住佢哋嘅方向而行嘅，一同。
Or are you going to relocate and congregate at a different location? So we're looking at officers right now. Protesters, from our vantage point, this is a pretty tight shot, have not made their way back to that front line of officers. If you can imagine, that's where they were standing, having those discussions, having those dialogues. But in the last 15 minutes, as we just saw live on air, things took a turn, and that is what we've been sort of talking about for the past 4 or 5 hours. Things can change so easily in these situations. They are so fluid.
暫時警方咧係用一個最低武力情形之下咧，係將呢啲示威人士驅逐嘅。
Talk to the reporters and ask them, what do you think is going to happen? They truly don't know because things can change in an instant. This is a live look on the left-hand side of our GDOT camera. It looks like I-75-85 northbound at University Avenue. This is the scene where protesters actually shut down. I know it seems like a long time ago.
喺亞特蘭大差唔多去到深夜2點㗎啦，可能警方亦認為有呢個鐘數咧係時候將啲人群推散啦。咁剛才係最主要發生點解係突然之間會有催淚煙射出咧？就係因為係有示威者變成暴徒，開始向附近嘅商店咧係作出掟石破壞嘅行為嘅。
Several protesters get arrested live on camera. It was not an arrest where they were pushed to the ground or anything like that. Their face was in the ground, but it wasn't a violent arrest from what we could see. And of course, we're working to learn exactly how many arrests were made. We know that just in the last few weeks, more than 500 people were arrested. 500 protesters were arrested, according to Atlanta police. So that number, of course, has since grown because of tonight's arrest. What you're looking at right now, it looks like a team of some sort with protesters around them yelling.
到咧喺呢個亞特蘭大，自從呢個遊行示威到而家咧，已經係有500多人被捕㗎啦。咁至於今晚有冇被捕，暫時未知啦。咁即係喺呢個整個運動之下，由開始到而家，就係單呢個亞特蘭大咧都有500多人被捕㗎啦。
chemicals that were released into the air. So we want to give them a chance to catch their breath,
absolutely,
and clean their eyes. But you're right. I mean, it's sort of like David and Goliath here. You see these protesters, you know, maybe a dozen or so of them on the right-hand side of your screen, sort of, you know, shouting into the wind in a way, shouting at these members at that tactical vehicle.
其實警方咧喺頭先進行呢個集會嘅地方嘅上邊嘅高速咧，都係有重兵駐守咗喺度嘅。一個係一路咧都冇作出任何嘅行動。
You know, one of the things that we saw, Brittany, in the protests that you were covering a couple of weeks back was the ability that the police had not just to disperse the crowds initially with a tear gas or something, but to also then do a sweep of the streets, almost like a grid going up and down literally every single street to make sure that any protesters who may have tried to you know, sort of hide out and wait for things to die down so that they could come back out. You know, the police wanted to make sure that that was
喺度仲有一提就喺個波特蘭市咧，頭先講咗啦，仲有啲人係零星喺街上，而喺波特蘭市咧都係一樣，警方亦開始咧將街上嘅示威人士咧開始咧係推離或者推散。
You know, not just tactically, but also just in terms of, you know, sheer intimidation factor, I guess. If you were a protester out in the street looking to cause trouble, and all of a sudden you see, you see all of those men and women in uniform coming at you, you know, it might cause you to think twice before going ahead and doing anything. But things do seem to have calmed down a bit as we come up on about 10 minutes before 2 a.m. Sunday morning. It's been a long night. Saturday was a long day for the protesters. Also a day
睇落嚟咧，應該過咗半個小時喺呢個亞特蘭大又好，喺呢個波特蘭市又好，警方應該會喺街道上咧進行一個清除，將所有仲喺街上嘅人咧係驅逐㗎啦。
She has resigned her position. But that, you know, not enough as far as these protesters are concerned, some of whom we see now, you know, inside one of those gas stations that are nearby, going inside, and we don't know exactly what we're looking at because it's obviously there's a lot in our way. But if this is similar to what we have seen in the past, perhaps there is some looting going on. Again, we hope that's not the case, but it looks like it may be.
Right, they are inside the store. We see several people. We just saw a person try to throw a rock.
剛剛喺個波特蘭市咧，警方喺街上咧係放出呢個催淚煙，將聚集嘅人士咧係驅散㗎啦。
But more people are descending upon this store as some people are inside, some people are outside, now throwing rocks repeatedly. Looks like he's going to continue to pick up and throw that rock until that window and that glass breaks. So, of course, we're going to hang on this shot so we can see what develops and what happens. This is 24 plus hours of protests here in Atlanta. This is the turn that it has taken. We've been talking about this all night. We didn't see it up until now at 2 a.m. Sunday morning.
整個遊行示威已經持續咗差唔多24小時㗎啦。所以道理上，警方又好，示威人士嗰方面都好，已經係相當之疲勞啊。
Right, here we go with the officers in riot gear. This is a scene that we've seen over and over again when those buildings begin to get vandalized. Officers come out in that show of force, Rick, that you were talking about. They have their bats, their batons, they have their face shields and their gas masks. And they have what I'm assuming are zip ties on their waists, as they always carry those. So they are advancing towards the group of people who are in that area, some of which are trying to break into a building. Let's see where they go. Let's see where they're headed and what they do next. If we can zoom out a little bit. Oh, and look who's behind them. We have more officers Atlanta police in different riot gear as they continue to move forward, and we're just going to continue to follow them. This is all developing at 1:53 in the morning. It was mainly peaceful up until this point.
亞特蘭大警方開始咧係行動，將呢個街上嘅示威人士咧開始驅散。佢哋一般嘅情形咧就係會將每條街道咧都係掃到所有人士離開為止嘅，係唔俾啲人咧再次係聚集一齊嘅。
As some people were outside throwing what seems to be a rock or some sort of hard object at the window or the door of that food mart. It looks like they were going to continue to throw it until that glass shattered. Officers, though, are not having it. They have moved closer to that store.
咁喺呢個波特蘭市咧，警方都係開始咧係有拘捕一啲示威人士嘅。
So right now, it looks like they have that entire perimeter. If we're going by our images on our screen right now, we're going by our photographers on the ground. Looks like that entire perimeter around the Texaco, which is very close to the Wendy's, by the way, has been blocked off and is now surrounded with Atlanta police officers. And honestly, Rick, these officers came out of nowhere. These are not the officers that we saw before in Bo Beth Yates's shot and Yasmina Alston's shot and live shots. These officers came out of nowhere. So they are definitely here. There's several of them as they descend upon this area where people are trying to and successfully did break into a convenience store there.
It's sort of like the arrival of the cavalry. They came in and they began to push these rioters out, you know, and this is where protesters go from being protesters to being criminals. And we've just watched it with those people who were participating in trying to break the windows and break into that convenience store.
大家喺畫面見到咧，陸續咧警方係開始咧拘捕呢啲示威人士㗎啦。頭先有句説話，呢個記者講得好啱嘅。當示威人士開始犯法嘅，佢就係由示威者變成呢個犯法者，或者係變成暴徒，所以警方係冇容忍嘅。一有不正當嘅事情發生咧，警方就要出動去執法。咁呢方面同香港呢一年嚟所發生嘅事情就冇乜分別啦。分別唔同嘅就係發生喺香港同埋發生喺美國嘅啫。
As we take a look at perhaps here's a young man that may have found himself under arrest. It's a little hard to tell by what we're looking at here, but police evidently moving him, taking him, you can see, in a different direction away from those crowds. They are trying to clear the scene.
通常咧喺美國，如果警察開始行動咧，佢哋好快咧就將街道咧係清除得乾淨嘅。咁啊，通常示威者咧係好少會同警方咧係正面武力衝突。咁啊，通常咧警方咧就好快可以將個街道咧係回復呢個平靜。
That is against the law, and that gives these officers the opportunity to lawfully go in and get these people out of there.
And it looks like something is happening to the right of the screen, just behind that SWAT truck, so it's hard to see, as we saw some officers grabbing a man by his arm and walking him to a certain area, it looks like to have a conversation. We don't know if he's being detained or whatever else. Something is unfolding behind that SWAT truck there as more protesters looks like are walking up the ramp or some sort of ramp right now. This is a pretty tight shot, so we're trying to get an idea of what's going on. It looks like some people are by that food mart or by a convenience store. More officers now descending upon this area. This is such a different area. Looks like we do have Bo Beth Yates. Is she ready? Bo Beth Yates on the left side of our screen is standing there. Bo Beth, what's going on? A lot has happened. What's going on? A lot has happened.
Yeah, definitely it was. Like when the chaos ensued and they started breaking into that store, they let out a tear gas. That plume was extremely strong, and folks started fleeing. We were overcome to a point where our throat, our eyes, everything was burning. And I think being under this overpass made it worse, and that plume just made everything kind of a little bit stronger. Then now what has happened is the group that ran away are slowly trickling their way back, and they're trying to get to the other side. And as a few of them made it through, now officers are stopping them, saying they cannot pass. These people are saying that they're trying to get to their home and they live on the other side and they can't. Now, also, we've also seen or heard officers get on the
暫時喺呢個亞特蘭大頭先警方放催淚煙嘅時候，好多人係撤退咗，但係而家睇落去好似有啲示威人士咧，就想向前推進翻。
And they cannot get through because officers aren't letting them. Well, now they're letting a few of them through. They're letting a few of them through. They're letting them walk through. A couple of them are holding their hands up to show that they don't have anything. Now they're saying no. Now they're saying no, and they're pushing them back. I think there's a little bit of a confusion because the group at the front, the officers at the front told them they could go through. Then the ones on the back told them no. So now the whole group that claims they live on the other side of this are stuck here. They say they can't go home, even though officers are on intercom saying, you know, disperse, disperse. So I'm not really sure what exactly is going to happen now, but hopefully they do not throw another round of tear gas because of the overpass. It's just extremely strong. And it just gets trapped underneath that overpass, and it's just been really, like for us, it was difficult. In fact, one of the protesters had to pour milk on both me and my photographer, Eric Sanders, because we were just
係剛剛記者講就係現場係一個混亂啦，有啲示威人士咧。想係穿過呢個警方嘅防線離去嘅，但係警方咧係冇俾佢哋咁樣做，就嗌佢哋繞道而行。咁就暫時有啲示威者話，如果唔向前行走嘅，佢哋無法回家。但係警方咧係將個防線咧係封鎖住，唔俾呢啲示威人士通過嘅。
Well, it all happened in probably less than 10 minutes. You know, as you saw for hours, they were just on this line where officers were lining the on-ramp where 75 is. A group started making their way south towards the gas station. The Citgo or the BP gas station has a store out front, I should say, that's called To Go. As protesters started
另外喺呢個波特蘭市咧，警方已經係採取一個進取嘅方法將街道上嘅人咧係驅散㗎啦。
Through the tear gas, the plume just started moving towards us, and I mean, as it got
喺過去呢兩個多星期嘅遊行示威咧，今晚係屬於比較係去到咁深夜，同埋有咁多人仲聚集嘅。
As we take a look at these protesters, they're sort of standing by the side of the road. Bobeth, are those are the protesters that claim that they can't get home because the officers won't let them go where they want to go?
Yeah, so this group is claiming they live on the other side of this street. A lot of them are here trying to reason with law enforcement, saying, hey, you're telling us to disperse. We live over there. We're trying to get over there, but they will not let them get past. And there's a group on both ends of this intersection, and no one is being allowed through at this point. At one point, they started to let people through, but that was like the front line. And then the back line was like, no, push them back. And now they're just gathered on the side, not sure really what to do.
Bobeth, do you still see Georgia State Patrol officers out there?
No, it looks like they're gone. They were blocking the street earlier on the other side where we started, but cars started coming down the street, so I'm assuming they're no longer blocking the highway. Or I should not the highway, University.
經歷過今晚咁混亂啦嚇，唔知佢哋美國時間嘅星期日啦嚇，嗰個情形係會惡化到點樣呢？我諗聽日一定會再有事情發生嘅。咁應該我哋呢個頻道會繼續聽日做直播啦。今日係比平時長咗好多，但係今晚的確係好多事情發生。你見到咧係第二單黑人俾警方射殺之後人民或者示威者嗰個情緒係更加激動，所以喺呢個咁混亂嘅情形之下，能唔能夠啲人保持冷靜而冇暴力事情發生呢？呢個真係好難保證嘅事啦。
Beth Yates down among the protesters for us. It is just after 2 a.m. Saturday night, Sunday morning, and we are watching the protests that have been taking place for the better part of the last 24 hours after the death of 27-year-old Rayshard Brooks sparked a new wave of protests, more protests in a city where tensions were already high after a week plus of protests that were sparked by the death of George Floyd at the hands of police in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Protests that have been taking place all over the country, pleading for reform, for justice, for better treatment of minorities at the hands of law enforcement here in this country. And it seemed as though we were sort of reaching a point of understanding, perhaps, where there was the beginning of a growing acceptance that change was needed. We've heard from many lawmakers who are pushing for a hate crimes bill at the state capitol here in Atlanta. Georgia, one of only 4 states that does not have a hate crimes law on the books, and that has been gaining momentum. A number of changes have been afoot. But then Friday night, we learned of the death of Mr. Brooks, who was unarmed at the hands of 2 white police officers in the parking lot of a Wendy's restaurant on the south side of Atlanta. This is a young man who tried to resist his arrest and get away from police. There was a tussle that eventually resulted in Rayshard Brooks being shot at. We're told that perhaps 3 bullets fired at Brooks by one of the officers involved. That officer has been fired now. But there is new body cam video that has been released just within the last several hours that we have been showing on our website, cbs46.com, also on our streaming app. It gives new vantage points and new angles that investigators will be using as they try to piece together exactly what happened, what led up to the death of this young man, why was deadly force used, and was it justified? That's what we will be hearing from investigators and also from the prosecutor, who ultimately has to make the final decision as to whether or not these officers should be criminally charged.
剛才頭先記者一輪嘅旁述就係話嚟到而家今日嘅遊行示威，就證明咗一樣嘢，就係喺美國而家嘅法制下邊嘅漏洞或者不足之處咧，係受到好多人關注㗎啦。而喺唔同嘅州份啦，或者市政府入邊都希望能夠咧，盡快咧將呢個保護人權嘅法案啊，能夠盡快通過，或者係令到警隊咧可以重組或者將佢一向做事嘅作風咧係重新評估嘅。咁呢個方向咧已經係吹得好犀利㗎啦，有好多唔同嘅市政府又好，州政府又好，已經係回覆翻示威者，會盡快咧進行咧係改革。但 好不幸，琴晚又多咗一宗黑人被警方開槍而殺嘅事情發生。咁至於暫時呢，就係嗰個事情發生呢，幸好呢，嗰個有一位警察呢，身上有呢個 body cam， 即係有呢個錄影嘅。咁呢個錄影呢，已經陸續呢喺網上呢係發咗出嚟俾大家去睇㗎啦。咁至於整個過程點解會發生到咁樣呢？就暫時當然啦係冇可以去判斷嘅。咁啊，但係希望呢就係調查呢個事情嘅單位盡快咧係將呢個事情交代翻出嚟俾市民。如果唔係嘅，呢個憤怒係冇辦法咁快能夠將佢咧平息落嚟嘅。而今晚尤其是喺亞特蘭大呢個命案嘅呢個槍擊發生嘅地方，整個呢個遊行示威已經歷時咧差唔多24小時㗎啦。
As Brooks turns and tries to fire one of the tasers in the direction of the officers, you could see a spark, perhaps indicating that the gun did go off, the taser did go off, and then the fatal shots were fired.
咁嚟到而家深夜，亞特蘭大都已經係夜晚2點鐘，即是係星期日嘅凌晨2點啦。咁警方呢就喺呢個命案發生嘅俾人放火燒咗嘅快餐店嘅附近呢，就已經採取行動呢，將嗰度嘅人士呢係驅趕。咁啊曾經發過呢個催淚煙。咁至於喺波特蘭市嘅仲有多數人喺度聚集喺街上嘅，亦係受到同樣嘅對待，就係警方呢開始清場啦。咁亦係發過呢個催淚煙嘅。
All right, Yasmina, and you really do just see an overwhelming show of force. These are the officers with their shields moving through. We've seen law enforcement from a number of different agencies, that all of whom have responded to these protests. There's the Wendy's restaurant where Mr. Brooks was killed on Friday night, where he died on Friday night. That restaurant has been burned to the ground.
整日嚟講呢，個示威同埋遊行呢，都係可以講到係叫做係和平進行嘅。就好不幸呢，喺大約20分鐘前呢，就有一批示威人士變成暴徒，開始向呢附近嘅商店呢進行破壞。所以警方第一時間呢，就係已經出動呢，就係將佢哋驅散，同埋開始呢係有人被捕。
Real clear shot. I don't know whether Bobeth, you're able to hear us. We see you.
I'm here.
Okay, so what are we looking at? What is this? Describe it for us.
This is a law enforcement. I'm not sure which one, but they're literally walking from under the overpass, and they're walking past, and they're literally moving officers and everyone, and they're telling everyone to move at the moment. We're literally guiding us as they kind of sandwich in the protesters in between the other line of officers, and you can hear them making noise as they walk and as they're walking by us. So they're stopping right now. There's only maybe a handful of protesters still out here, but the group has met the other group of protesters. Officers are in front of us right now. They're telling us we have to move, and as they walk right in. But right now they've literally come upon the other group of law enforcement, and no protesters are here at the moment. They're literally just lining the group, and as they make their way in, they're telling everyone that is still around they have to move. I want to say I only see maybe 5 protesters out here. And so you really have law enforcement lining with the other group of law enforcement.
So, Bobeth, you see a couple of protesters to the left really sandwiched between these two lines of law enforcement here. Are these the only people that you see, just to double check, the only people that you see that are not law enforcement outside right now?
各位觀眾，而家所有嘅畫面呢，就係見到警方採取行動呢，係將所有嘅示威人士呢係驅散㗎啦。咁睇落去應該呢，就好快就將所有嘅人喺聚集嘅地方呢係驅離。同埋警方呢係盡量有啲將有啲仲未離開嘅示威人士引導另一個出口或者另一個路徑呢係俾佢哋離開嘅。
They were escorted by what I believe is an Atlanta police officer to the other side. Now you just have the two group of law enforcement and just three protesters sandwiched in between. And it seems like those three are now being allowed to leave.
Boba, do you know what they're saying to each other? Can you hear?
Well, the protesters in the pink is saying that you told us we couldn't leave. So we were standing here, and now you have the other group yelling at us, telling us we need to leave. So we wanted to leave in the first place, and you didn't let us. But, you know, you see one individual has her hands up just in case. But at this point, they were the last.
都係一齊啦，各位觀眾呢度就係見到而家美國呢個咁美麗嘅風景線。就起碼一樣嘢，大家清楚睇到喺個美國一個咁民主自由嘅國家，會唔會好似香港咁有一批黃色衫嘅牆阻住警方前進呢？會唔會有咁多記者同一時間企喺警方嘅前邊呢？咁呢度就係特色咗香港嘅遊行示威嘅方法同美國嘅分別啦。
The main streets of the area and then the side streets as well. This protest that has been going on since Friday night definitely has had so many ups and downs. We had moments of chaos and moments of calm, and this is a moment of calm right now as we empty these streets, empty the street of University Avenue. Several hours after this protest first started, we do not see a protester in sight, nothing but law enforcement, nothing but shields and batons. We have vests, and we also have those helmets as well as they move through those streets, and protesters are told to leave, Rick.
You know, I'm just amazed, I think, at the professionalism of the police. You know, this is what they train for. This is what they're supposed to do. And, you know, we have not seen any kind of, you know, violent confrontations between the police. We have not seen any of the officers need to use their batons or any of the other weapons that they have at their disposal. They have just simply been moving in the direction that they want to move in, trying to get the protesters to move in the direction they want the protesters to move in. And it really has been carried out in a way that I think has been very effective and very professional. You know, and of course this comes at a very difficult time for law enforcement here in the city of Atlanta, very difficult time for the Atlanta Police Department.
咁目前到而家值得一提嘅就係警方呢係完全未有採取過任何嘅武力嘅動作，只不過係用一個向前推進嘅方法呢係將呢啲遊行示威者呢係驅散嘅，或者將佢哋呢係驅離佢哋想聚集嘅地方。
You know, a lot of officers, they are human beings, and they are very upset. I mean, I have not been in touch with any law enforcement sources today, but I know from, you know, talking to a lot of them over the last couple of weeks that, you know, they are very upset that there are bad apples in their ranks, officers that engage in the kinds of behavior that can sometimes lead to these kinds of protests. Now, whether or not the officers who were involved last night in the confrontation with Rayshard Brooks, whether or not they committed any crimes, we will have to wait and see. The district attorney in Fulton County will have the ultimate decision on whether or not to press criminal charges against these two officers, although we do know that one of them has already been fired. That's Officer Garrett Rolfe, who has been fired. We heard his voice. He was the one doing most of the talking with Rayshard Brooks when they initially confronted him and started asking him questions about, what he was doing there. That officer has been fired. Devin Bronson, the other officer, only a couple of years on the force, has been assigned administrative, basically desk duty, while this investigation is carried out by GBI. A lot of videotape to look at. We have the body cam video that we've just gotten over the last couple of hours.
好啦，嚟到呢分鐘講講今日所有嘅事情一個少少總結，就係喺美國時間嘅星期五晚喺呢個波特蘭大市入邊呢，就啱啱有一個黑人呢係被兩位警員呢係開槍致命，形成到呢今日個示威遊行呢喺呢個亞特蘭大進行咗差不多24小時㗎啦，咁就去到佢哋嘅入夜時候咧，傍晚咧就喺呢個事情發生嘅地方咧，佢哋將嗰度嘅一間快餐店咧就係燒毀嘅。咁最初咧，警方咧就係冇採取任何嘅行動。咁喺嗰度附近周圍咧都係有發生少少嘅縱火嘅事情。咁喺大約半個小時45分鐘前呢，就有班示威者變成暴徒，開始向呢個附近嘅商店咧進行破壞。咁警方咧第一時間咧就發射呢個催淚煙，咁就開始咧係將呢啲示威人士咧係驅散。咁同一時間咧係比較多人集中，仲係有示威嘅地方就係波特蘭市。咁喺嗰度咧，警方亦係開始咧將人係驅散。將佢哋咧係分散，然之後要求佢哋係回家啦。咁途中咧就係有人被逮捕啦。咁就單喺呢個奧特蘭大呢個城市咧，就係已經係亞特蘭大，對唔住，中文唔好，讀多次，係亞特蘭大。呢個市咧就自從由呢個遊行示威至今，都已經最少有500人被捕㗎啦。咁至於佢哋嘅時間星期日啦，因為我哋係香港時間係快佢好多個鐘嘅。咁至於市政府會唔會重新使用佢哋個宵禁令呢？咁就暫時仲未知道。咁至於呢件案件嘅細節呢，而家先慢慢咧開始浮出嚟。咁至於警方係咪有用過分嘅武力呢？就要留返呢個調查嘅單位咧去重新去睇清楚啦。
Right now, what we just learned was that group of law enforcement that was making their way down the street was from the Georgia Department of Corrections. They have gone on to a side.
而家去到呢度咧，就兩個城市，即係呢個波特蘭市同埋呢個亞特蘭大。好多示威人士已經係開始俾警方咧驅散晒㗎啦。
a tear gas or a firecracker, but they're approaching the protesters, and it's almost like a dead end because behind the protesters it seems to be like just overgrown bushes and just a fence. So they're continuing to march towards the last small group that's still there. And I'm hoping they will disperse soon without any incident.
Let's hope so. And as your camera pans around there, Bobeth, we look at these scenes, can you kind of give us the lay of the land, where the Wendy's is, where the gas station is, that was looted is? Where is it all located?
So if you look directly in front of us where you see those lights, that on the back side of that is where the Wendy's is. So you can see to the left, and then right next to the gas station that was looted is that BP is where the BP is on right next to the Wendy's, and that store that is connected to the BP is where the looting happened, right where it says to go.
And it looks like there is some
But
damage
right now
to that to-go store.
Yes, definitely. It definitely seems like the glass is broken out. You know, people were walking in there and coming back out. But what's funny is the Chevron is still open.
咁而家剩翻落嚟嘅畫面就係睇到警方點樣開始係將街道上嘅示威者驅散。咁目前到而家都講啦，警方同示威者咧冇發生任何大嘅衝突。咁至於係星期日美國時間，各方面收到嘅信息就係話可能係會再嚟一次大嘅遊行示威，因為呢個琴日發生嘅槍擊事件所殺嘅黑人係令到呢次原本係為咗種族歧視而發起嘅遊行示威，更加係顯示咗呢個問題嘅重要性。
Letting the protesters, you know, have their say as long as they wanted. It was when they started to go after the gas station and started to focus on property. That's when they had enough. On the right-hand side of the screen is the body cam video, and you can see right there. That is Rayshard Brooks, 27.
至於去到呢度呢，我相信個直播都差唔多㗎啦。最重要或者有可能發生嘅事情就係話示威者同警方會有呢個衝突，睇落去唔會發生㗎啦。咁剩翻落嚟嘅畫面就係少少警方係將呢啲人群驅散嘅啫，所以就應該冇咩大事發生啦。咁我哋亦直播咗差唔多10、11、12，差唔多4-5個鐘啦，5個鐘啦，好啦，喺呢度應該都係差唔多同大家講拜拜㗎啦。如果係認為本台所嘅做嘅事情係啱閣下嘅，請留言點讚同埋分享出去俾大家。未閱讀嘅朋友請閱讀下我哋嘅頻道，等我哋能夠做得好啲。咁再加上點解我哋本台做呢個直播就係希望直接經過美國呢個遊行示威，去反映翻香港而家所發生嘅遊行示威嚟做一個對比，等能夠香港警察咧有翻個好啲嘅評價，而知道香港警察呢一年嚟嘅辛苦咧係冇白費嘅，所做嘅事情係啱嘅。咁其他就講翻就係兩件事，第一就係本台設立咗呢個 WhatsApp 啊、IG 啊、email， 就希望有心嘅網友能夠加入我哋嘅討論，或者加入我哋將來嘅直播，或者喺呢度可以結交翻一啲咧，大家係有相同意見嘅新嘅朋友或者網友。咁仲有就係本台會係設計下個星期起咧係會上片，同埋咧每個晚上 除咗星期一、二係休息時間，就晚上嘅10點半呢，就開始作出呢個直播。喺嗰度呢，係將香港而家所發生嘅問題呢，係加深去討論，最好就係能夠有多啲網友參加啦，令到大家能夠交換多啲意見嘅。喺呢度都係嗰句啦，好多謝大家嘅收睇，咁就希望不久嘅將來再見啦。咁就至於同對美國係關心嘅朋友嘅話，就聽日我哋係應該依時9點半左右會再直播嘅。咁至於香港今日再有冇事情發生呢？咁就稍後先知。如果有嘅，我哋會第一時間通知大家。好，喺呢度多謝大家嘅收睇，再見。
Okay, let's get over on this side so we can talk. All right.